Yes, I can still do it if it's necessary.
Oh, so in other words,
Yeah, it would
if
just be an
it's,
individual.
if it actually is a channel.
Yes,
And it's
exactly. It would just be put on the
not.
correct way instead of having separate.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So I may have one of you come in and go through those with me a little
Makes
bit, because you
perfect
guys
sense.
might be a little bit more knowledgeable on it. So.
Makes
Okay,
I'm gonna
Jimmy?
hold my chair over there, cause I can't hear.
You can? Well, I can switch with you. If you want.
Oh, I still couldn't hear.
Okay. Give me a finger, let me get out of your way.
What's that?
I'm just talking from the queue today, Doug.
I don't know.
Wherever you want.
Okay.
No.
Now I feel like Wild Bill Hickok. My back.
We'll come right up here.
You're gonna take your phone with you and all your paraphernalia.
Don't forget my sweater thing.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
What do you want to do about this? I don't know.
If you watch.
They're trying to adjust.
It's very weird. That's why I asked this.
Third section.
This was my suggestion. So sorry, everybody.
No, that's fine.
This was me.
Probably
Good.
more. Just see what it's coming out.
I gotta go. Get a garbage can. Who's
I
that?
think it used to be one over there.
This is shiny. That's This is good.
Yeah.
That is very good.
I don't have.
I'm pretty good at
Yeah.
house.
Food around beside you, like we were before. You're caught on that. Sorry.
Rollins, would you quit screwing
Are
with
we
things?
ready?
Now we're,
Are we on?
Just in a minute.
I have to quit to you.
now where we gonna put
Yeah,
our
we're gonna
speaker?
put that in grade.
So-
Today.
April.
You want to work in the table?
Okay.
May 10th.
It's reserved just for you.
Whoops.
They moved the whole table just for you.
I thought that was my phone. I shut you off.
Oh, jeez.
I thought you handed
Where do
me
you
my
want me to
phone.
stand now?
Does he have it? Does he have it?
Yeah, it's on
No,
I'm
mine
not
is
gonna
gonna
stand,
take
I'm
like.
not gonna stand. You want me right here? That's where you want me?
Wherever you want.
No, you just pop right up. It's here.
Where's the camera? Right
We
there.
could do it right here.
Well, I don't want them looking at my butt.
They don't see your butt here. They don't see your butt.
Right here's the.
Jimbo,
That's okay.
That's okay.
She doesn't mind.
Jamie, the camera is up there.
Do you want me to look at
That's
the
what I'm
lines?
gonna get your balls
Okay.
Just so you can know.
Okay.
Normally, that's all I can do is hit the,
Yeah.
and it comes up.
Great.
Now you're checking out your
Okay, well,
assets.
thank you.
That's amazing.
I think you guys started
You ready,
this
Doug?
before I came in.
Oh my God.
Ready?
Am I ever?
Okay. Call me in order.
you'll be fine.
Alright.
We're gonna start as the Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustment. Jamie has some plats, looks like. Is that what you want first?
Yep. We'll just go ahead and do that. This plat, we actually got this plat, was it 2 months ago, Doug?
Yes.
Okay, so this, they found an error in it, and it did not, in the drawing, accept out that substation. So you can see that in the drawing, if you go up, Doug, so you can see that there. That was not accepted out, that 300 by 300 feet for that substation, and the Paterka's behind there, okay? So they just,
Quick question.
Yeah.
Is plat approval, normally the purview of the zoning board? I thought it was the county commission.
We had moved it primarily to being county commission, but more and more we're getting plats that have planning and zoning and commission. And so.
so we just discuss it here. You approve it, right?
Right.
Okay, but this state law will allow us to sit as such for approving these.
Yeah, so you can do all your discussion and like working here.
Oh, then we'd like to approve it.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, we're just talking about it.
Correct.
got it.
Okay, so are there any questions about that and why?
Is that the only change or no?
That was, they added, some access in, is it tract 5? There was no access before on the old plat, on the original, so they added an access point, so no.
And then I was told this morning that they fixed some verbiage, if you look at the screen.
Yes,
These lots A, B, E in the bottom portion here.
right. On the new
It's not
one,
part of this plat, but it was misrepresented on the drawing.
right, so A, D, and E is actually A, B, C. And we got the new page with the correction on it, so,
Okay.
and that will be what you sign today,
Okay.
Greg. Okay, any questions on that?
No.
And you did attach the building permits?
No, they'll be next time.
Oh, next time, okay. Can I call them, how many I have?
You sure can.
Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new building permits for the month of April. 4 of those being the Christensen Farms feedlots. Todd and Diane Neighbor building a new home, Dennis Simons building a machine storage, and AT&T is putting a concrete pad in a generator. West of town, or by kind of like Ann Price's area over there. Any questions? Okay.
Okay,
It's easy.
Yeah, well, where is everybody today?
well, is there any other input from anyone on any other planning and zoning issues?
Then I would move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, have a good day.
All those in favor?
Aye. Jan, got a question, is this your phone?
Yep.
Can we put it over in the middle of the table where it'll maybe hit?
Where do you think he should go?
Who has the second on your motion?
Okay, well, call to order the Hampton County Board of Commission.
Okay, on your consent agenda, you're gonna see the registered deeds financial statement. This is the case where I just put a new link in, but it shouldn't be February, it should be March. But it is the March report. And then the payroll ledger, that is the one that I include because Department of Legislative Audit says that we're supposed to be, and should have been, and I had not been. And then the library board reports, probably the big thing in there is a resignation that you'll be dealing with later in the meeting. And then the minutes from the last two, the minutes were amended for the 12th because I mistakenly had Greg referenced as the chairman when Luke chaired that meeting. So those have been fixed, so I would ask for your, oh, Sherry has a request to spend $845 on a Canon document scanner. So I would ask you to approve the consent agenda with those items.
So moved.
Second.
What did we move our spending costs up to?
$750.
$750.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
In Greg's folder, you're gonna see a quick claim deed. And this is a small parcel of land, I'll show you what it looks like here. This is west of Polo, that's the intersection of Highway 26 and the Three Heights Road, or dark ones. It was an access, what looks like a gravel pit to me, in the middle of that section.
Yeah.
And so they granted, I don't know if granted's the right word, but anyway, we acquired ownership of a right of way to go in there with the stipulation that if it was ever abandoned, it would revert. So between Greg Rediger's office and the state's attorney's office, they prepared what Greg has in his folder. And so if you want to look at it quick and then make a decision, or if you're comfortable with what the two attorneys have worked out, I would think you just need a motion to grant Greg authority to execute it.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
The American Rescue Plan Act. Last month I told you about how they were going to allow us to use what we've expended for salaries as our local contribution in order to recover or make useful the funds that they've already sent to us. And so several of the counties, other counties simply went through this motion, which would be that if one of you would move, the other would second, to elect the final rule allowing counties to use up to 10 million. We don't have 10 million, we have 618, I think. In ARPA funds as lost revenue for the provisions of the general government services. That's not general government as a body, just general government services. Without needing to use the treasury revenue loss formula. So we're making this motion that reaffirms what you decided at the last meeting.
So moved. I'll second.
Who was the second?
Luke.
Luke,
Thank you.
any other discussion? Could use 10 million, we could use 10 million.
Doug, what was the dollar amount?
The total?
Yeah.
I believe it's 618.
618.
You could have a highway department like a lot of counties.
Yeah,
So it's
right.
not gonna hang in general fund until we spend it then?
Nope, it's in a restricted fund. And then we would make transfers from that restricted fund over to probably general and highway to offset what we've already spent for wages. And then that would free up money for these other capital projects.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, so on the commissioner's expenditure budget, there's just a couple items left to finish on here. The very first one is Keisha's here to visit with you about their request for funding for on hand. And if you feel so inclined, you can turn the floor over to her.
Yeah, Keisha.
Pull that PowerPoint for me.
You bet.
Hello, how are ya?
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate your time. Keisha Bronick, Executive Director for On-Hand Development. I'm here today to request $35,000 officially from Han County for year 2023 for an investment in on-hand development. I'd like you to forget about the word donation, but think of it as an investment. So without funding, our passion for Han County would be limited. We need adequate funding to create and sustain rural development for operations. So, mission statement. That is our current mission statement. As of January 2022, we made a few slight changes. I don't know if anybody remembers our old one. Jim, do you remember our old mission statement, or Luke?
I remember there was less emphasis on county-wide benefit.
Countywide, and we also added the quality of life.
Yeah.
So this is our new and improved mission statement, and everything that we do at On Hand goes back to that mission statement. So we do not take on a project or request without fulfilling our mission, which is very, very important. A little bit about us. We are governed by a volunteer board of directors. There is 11 of them. We have one part-time office assistant, Megan Fritzy, who works approximately 25 hours a week. Her job is a majority running and keeping the Miller Community Center going. A little bit of her job is helping me with on-hand development stuff. We also have a part-time cleaning person who works maybe 4 hours a week, depending on how busy it is, and then myself, I'm 40 hours plus a week. I'd also like to note that our employees are not employees of the county. We're not employees of the city. We are a 501c6 nonprofit, so we're our own entity. We receive no benefits from either organization. Our board of directors. So like I said, we have 11 board of directors. It's really important to note how our board is chosen. We have, according to our bylaws, which have not been changed since 1990 or whatever that year, 91, we have 4 different types. We have finance, so we have both banks represented on our board. We have appointed, so those are chosen by our existing board. And then we have at-large, which is chosen by our CNC on-hand annual meeting, and then our governmental directors. So that is our city, our county, and our school. And those are appointed within those organizations, just like the banks choose those 2 representatives as well. Those are our 11 board members right there. I'll let you read them. You probably couldn't pick a more random group of people to be on a board. As you can see, it's not just one person or, one group of people or another. They're very random throughout our county. We've had a board member from this board here since the conception in 1991. So they've had access to all of our information just as a city and the school. And we meet once a month at 7 a.m. or more, and our committees meet as needed.
All unpaid, certainly.
Well, yes, all unpaid. So now you know a little bit about our history, a little bit about how the board is kind of made up. It's very important to note that our success has created projects that continue to generate income, property tax, great job for the future of our community. And that is something we take very, very serious. So how do we decide what we're gonna do? Every November, we set a strategic planning session. In that session, we talk about not only the next year, but the years to come and what we want to see accomplished in our community. So in November of 2021, we set our strategic planning and 4 goals came out of that meeting. Internal operations, workforce, business, and attraction, promotion of Han County. So after we set our session, we get to work. It's important to note that our current projects don't change a lot from year to year. Good work takes time, as you guys know, and this is a current list of our projects in no particular order. I'd also like you to know that our projects don't come from our board members. They don't come from me. They don't come from Megan. Our projects come from the community. So the community will talk to us, or when I'm out on business visits and say, hey, our town really needs more hotels, or our town needs more bike trails, or we'd like to see about getting natural gas. We go to work after that. It's not the board setting those priorities. It's the people in the community that we are all talking to. So next we have impact. How do we measure the impact economic development has on Han County? This is something that I've scratched my head on millions of times. Came up with a few different things. First, we look at jobs, job creation and sustaining jobs. In 2022 to date, we have helped create and sustain right at 424 jobs, which is 24 more than last year. Business. As of today, we have loaned out $1.1 million in Han County. So that's not just Miller. That's St. Lawrence, Orient, Wessington, Ree Heights, South, and North Han County. And those aren't just retail businesses. These are ag businesses as well. These are any type of business that is creating jobs or some type of benefit to our community. In 2021, some of the businesses we worked with had over $200,000 of property tax. Community center. It's really hard to put a number on that place because number one, a lot of the events that we have, we don't charge for. So in 2022, we're gonna see the most events we've ever seen in that place because of what happened at our school. We're allowing the school to use it at no cost, but we can't really put a dollar amount on how important that is for our community, right? But in 2021, we saw the biggest year of paid events we've ever seen. And 5 of those events had over 500 people. So even if those 500 people were here and spent $50 each in our community, that's a huge impact. And this doesn't even touch on the senior center. And I don't know if you talk to anybody that uses the senior center, they're in there every single day. Every day they use that room for some way, shape, or form. Can't put a dollar amount on that room for those folks. So housing, in the last few years, we bought and sold 2 governor's houses, and we've worked with dozens on the process for that as well. Right now, we're working with the Miller School District on buying some land to the east of the school. We're working on a purchase agreement for that. This will create 12 additional houses in that area, so it's gonna create some property tax and also some increased income for our community. Quality of life, there's no way to put a dollar amount, a guess of what the value is that we do for quality of life every single day out of our office. These are the projects that make our community the place that you want to live, work, and play in. It might be events, it might be getting the youth involved, it's flowers, it's all those things that we work on day to day. So revolving loan fund, impact is easy on this one. In 2021, we had $620,000 out in Hannah County, not just Miller. And those businesses were about $74,683 in property tax and provided 88 jobs in our community. So now you kind of know what we do, why we do it, where does our money go, right? I'm here because I'm asking for $35,000 as an investment. I'd like to start with our budgets. So we kind of classify our budgets into two buckets. First, we have our community center, and I think of buckets because I'm not a banker, just so you all know. But like in college, we had buckets. But anyway, so we have the community center expenses listed there. Cleaning, depreciation, insurance, payroll, taxes, all of the things add up to about $111,000 a year. Then we have our income. So in 2022, we hope to get $35,000 from the Triple B tax from the city of Miller. For those that don't know, the Triple B tax is the bed, booths, and board tax. Hotel rooms, food, to go, that type of thing. We don't know for sure if that's what it's gonna be, that's an educated guess. Fundraisers and donations, we hope 9,000, our senior center 6, so on and so forth. So we hope to take in $61,750. Our other bucket is on hand. So our expenses for on hand are quite a bit different. These are our advertising, our office expenses, our attorney fees, our business development, community improvement, payroll taxes, housing, promotion, etc. We're at about $132,000. Our income for 2022 looks a little bit different than last year. So the city of Miller is giving us $81,000 as an investment, in Hannah County, $30,000. Other income that we received this year, we always receive income from the Miller Civic and Commerce as a partnership. We received some interest, and we had some land sale, so we sold the last lot in the industrial park this year, so we did receive a little bit more income this year. So our income is at $182,560. Next slide, Doug. So in total, we have, if you put the two buckets together, $243,000 in expenses, $244 in income. We're at $959, hopefully, for 2022. So we know in 2023, costs are gonna go up. We know that it's gonna look different, and that is why we're asking for $35,000 instead of $30,000, because we need additional funds to continue to operate. Keep in mind, none of these figures include our revolving loan fund, which is a completely separate fund, and it does not include our loan loss reserve program, which is money that we have to have set aside in order to continue our loan program. Other partners. So it's not just the city of Miller and Hannah County that we appreciate working with. We appreciate working with the CNC and the Miller Area Foundation, Heartland Power, Dakota Resources, NECOG. The list goes on and on and on. A lot of my job is putting together what people we need for what projects. I feel like I'm a huge benefit to the county in this area. Building relationships is a strength of mine. And this is my favorite part of my job, but I just want to make sure you know of all the other partners that we work with. So in closing, I want to thank you for your consideration in investing in On Hand. We all benefit from what you guys do at the county, from what the city does, just like we all benefit from economic development. We hope to keep partnering with you and the rest of the county for years to come to keep Hannah County thriving. Questions?
I have a question from a constituent about the boards. The question was in regards to, is there a conflict of interest with one of the county commissioners and one of the city council sitting on the board and then asking for public funding? This question doesn't come from me, I'm relaying
So
a question
what
from
is
a constituent.
the question is there a conflict to have a city and a county person on our board?
The ones that will make decisions for spending public funding, that's what the question is in regard to.
I can't imagine the circumstance under which that would qualify as any form of conflict of interest, in my wildest imagination.
So that's
We are
never come
privileged to
up.
have a place at their table. And it was designed that way in the first place, to involve the city and the county.
And the board is not compensated.
Correct.
So
No,
I don't see, you know,
so so from what I know about that is, we do sign a confidentiality, but also if you have a conflict, you can't vote on things. Nobody has ever talked about that in my 3 years there. It's more of a conflict if we have a business person there who might benefit or not benefit if a new business is coming to town. And we've had business people not vote on certain things. It's more of a conflict if we're going to buy land from the school, that the school board representative would vote on that, which they don't. They say conflict of interest. So I would say no. It's the reason that we have a board member from the city and the county is because you're investing in our organization and you should see what we're doing. You should be part of that decision-making process. You should be part of the where we spend our money, but also what are our goals, what do we want to achieve, and how can we all work together better? That would be my answer to that person.
and I don't see, being the board is non-compensated, I don't see it as being a problem, relaying the public's voice again.
No.
One other question on your depreciation on the community center and then the depreciation for on-hand economic development. Are those numbers consistent from year to year in the budget, do you know?
They have been in the last 3 years.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not a banker. But Lane Workentine, our president, said we could call for any direct finance questions, but those have been, in the last 3 years, fairly consistent. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
In the last 3 years since we started funding you, or helping fund you, that's been since you took over the community center. Before you took over the community center, we didn't partake, or if we did, it was at a very
No.
low level.
We took over the community center in 2015.
Okay. The following year, you requested funds from us.
We requested funds in 2019.
Do you see a point where the community center will get to a break even?
No. I believe that the Miller Community Center is much like a swimming pool or a library. It's something that our community needs to have, but I don't see it making it on its own. Because we can't charge what places like Sioux Falls and Huron and other places charge because people, I mean, that's why they come here. Like they want to get married here and have their events, but we also don't have the number of people we have to have it, but I don't see it. We might get
What
closer.
year did you take over the community center?
2015.
It's basically a quality of life enhancement, is it not? The community center for everybody in Union County.
Yeah, but there's no doubt in my mind that it creates income for our community as well, outside of our walls.
I'm kind of messed up on my dates because I was on the board when you took that over. I haven't been on the board that long. But my point is, I was on the board when they came to us and asked us to take the community center over. This was Jim and Luke. I don't think you two were.
I mean, they could have come after that, and I didn't know.
Yeah,
That's
and
very
we
possible.
unanimously voted it down to take over the community center. And it would be a
Right.
But then the following year, it come back around, as I remember, but maybe it was 2 years it come back around and the city requested us to supplement them to help the community center. And that's when this all started of what the supplement would be. And I think we've hashed and rehashed this, and I think the main thing this board is uncertain about is what's the right number if we're gonna contribute.
Right.
You know, and so you're showing like a $900 profit or somewhere like that, but you're
Hopefully.
asking an extra $5,000, so that'd be a $5,900 would be where you're at. If we went with your recommendation of
Right.
35,000. But at that same scene, we didn't want no part of that community center because we didn't want to maintain it and spend money on it, but here we go. And that's what people are saying to me, you know, why is the county involved with the city community center? And I hear everybody and I see everybody using it, from Wessington to Polo, I see everybody using it. It's not that. And I do agree with Keisha, most of the time they're using it for free, that's why the thing don't break even, you know, so.
Yeah. We don't charge any events for kids.
A question on the sustainability, self-sustainability of that community center. How much do you think having a hotel there, if it were to be built, would really help support that community center. Because then you've got events, if they're staying at the hotel and they're.
More meetings, yeah.
They're gonna rent the community center rather than. you
Yep.
know, ask to borrow it, I guess.
Plus you'll collect more bed and booze tax.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was a question in there, if that was maybe just a comment, but I can look back on the year, but I'm pretty sure it's 2015. But we're not asking you to take over the community center.
That was the originality.
Right. It's a good plan right now to have us run and operate that place without the city and the county having to do that. But we need to keep operating. So this $35,000 isn't just for the Miller Community Center. It isn't just for one thing. Like I wish we had $35,000 in our budget just to put out one thing, but this is just to help us. It's operating budget.
That was my question. Were you breaking even before you took over the community center, or were you going broke then?
I can't say. I don't know if I've looked. I'm guessing we did not make money.
But that's what the city told us when they come here, when you took that over. That created a shortfall, and there just wasn't enough money to spread around no more.
Yeah, I
So
guess I
your
wasn't part of
expenses
that.
went up when you took that over, so you needed another revenue source. So then we became your other revenue source. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I don't know for sure those conversations, so I hate to comment.
Keisha, I got a question. Do you, was there a point where the city cut back on the support for on-hand economic development? Where, did they at one time pay you more than the
Yes.
$105,000 that you operated on like a year ago? What, you know what I'm asking? Where,
I'm not 100% clear. Are
Well,
you
then-
asking, did we get more than 105,000 at one time?
Yeah, did you ever get
Yes.
more from the city at one time?
Yes.
Because it seemed like a few years back, 3 or 4 years back maybe, that the city cut it back from 125 maybe or something like that. I can't recall the numbers for
Yes.
sure. Like 125 to 105. I think it was at 105 for a year, and then they came to the county
Yep.
asking for assistance.
That's
After
what I
that,
remember too, you know.
I don't know those timelines. I'd have to, I have them, but yes, we used to get $132,000 from the
Okay.
city of Miller.
Because we've had.
That was before my time.
We've had that ongoing. What created your shortfall of your revenue, you know? Because you had a revenue that was working before. What created that? Well, Jim just said what created that. So then they asked us to come plug that into the city budget.
Right,
So they had enough money to suffice it.
right.
And then everybody turned it over. No, you're just helping the community on hand. No, the city come asked us to plug that extra money in because they backed their money off.
Right. And
That's the way I remember it.
I wasn't part of that conversation,
Yeah, That
unfortunately.
might have been before you even. I don't know.
So,
I don't remember them dates either.
And the funding from the city for this next year is proposed to be what?
so the city doesn't do their funding until July.
Oh, okay.
So that is unknown.
they
We're
were
gonna-
waiting on.
We're gonna ask for more, just like we ask for more here, because we're gonna see, especially with some of these things that we wanna get done, everything's gonna cost more, so I'm gonna ask for more, but I can't say what they're gonna get until July.
So if we said zero, you would have to ask for another 35,000 from them.
I would ask for it,
Yeah, you'd have no choice, but
yeah,
because that would go back to its original status.
correct.
Is any of this additional funding request in regards to the development east of the school, the land purchase?
We
Because
have funds set aside for that, for the land purchase itself, and we're gonna be applying for some grants. But it would probably be involved in some of that, yes, I mean, I don't know how to answer that.
Is that one of your line items that's set separate from your general account budget?
No.
Your money that
We have
you
that set
purchase
aside.
land? That's what I mean. Is that a separate line of funding?
Yes,
Doesn't show up in your general fund or however you would put that?
well, it probably does, but it's like, yeah, it's separate,
Just as your bonded money that supports your loans.
right,
is
well,
separate.
yeah,
I'm just trying to understand somewhat
yeah.
the status of what we're funding and what we ain't funding. You know?
And I know it's confusing, and communication is something that we are working on within our organization, reporting quarterly to this board and to the city, writing articles, working with business people on explaining what we do. We're trying to be better at that. And we also have a board member from this board on there to help with some of those things that sees the same information as everybody else every month.
We're mandated to do certain things like run a refuge. So, out here, we're not
I know.
mandated to run a community center, you know? And that's where a lot of these questions are coming from. And I can't argue with these people, you gotta answer the question. You can't
Yeah,
just say,
Right.
oh,
That's
shut
where I
up.
come from, is I just want a straight answer for the people when they quiz me about it.
My answer would be you're not running the Miller Community Center. You are investing in economic development.
I moved, we fund them at 35,000.
At this point in the budget, it would be more of a recommendation.
That would be my recommendation. When are we gonna make the decision?
Budget final.
Finalizing budget.
September is when it officially becomes official.
We just need to get,
We don't know what the city is willing to do at this time,
And we won't know when it comes time.
when it comes time.
But we're putting our budget together. We're gonna have, I mean, it's a number we can plug in to the budget and see how it fits.
Okay, I suggest we put 35 in our budget for on hand.
and if we
And
get
if
it
it
September, you said?
That's it.
So really, we might have some idea from the city where they are at for budget.
Because if the city decides they're gonna fund, once again, drop another 30,000, then we wouldn't be, they still wouldn't be solvent.
We got an increase, slight increase from the city last year, so, I mean, depending on where they are at.
3 years before that. you took
3
a
years
great
before that, we,
cut from
right, so
Keisha.
it's so unknown.
They
It's so
might
unknown.
drop another 30,000 on you.
If I'm, and I may be mistaken on this, doesn't the city now have kind of a funding mechanism for you that's a little,
No.
it's not, okay, then I misunderstood
Nope,
what they were talking about.
Still-
they were hoping
still
to,
comes- Still comes out of general fund
yes.
for them. And I wanna clarify, I beat Keisha pretty hard about being open about finances, and I finally dug them up myself. And Keisha and I have spoken extensively on the phone, and she has explained to me, you know, like the fact that this revolving loan fund, they're responsible. If somebody, misses a payment, they're responsible for covering that. So, you know, the
That's
amount
why
of
they
cash
have
on hand.
reserves.
Some people have asked about the amount of cash on hand. I says, I know now that they're responsible for covering those payments if somebody doesn't, you know, so.
And I just want to clarify, when you asked for finances, I didn't know what you wanted. So when I'm not a banker, clearly, when I provide finances to my board, they're much different than what you saw online.
Yeah.
So I knew I couldn't provide you those, I didn't know about what you were asking.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been, otherwise I would have given you,
And obviously, you got another fund that would compromise a capital outlay fund that you purchase land and stuff with too. You know, that's what you're saying anyway.
And
That's
every
all.
one of those loans has the payment history and the payment.
Right, on the loans, but she also said there's another fund that's a capital outlay fund to buy land and that kind of stuff, so that's dollars on hand too. You know, that-
And those questions came because people hounded me, well, what's their budget? What's their balance sheet look like? Like, I don't know. So,
that's what it looks like.
yeah,
It's the
so,
same as what I presented last year.
Yeah.
And, just different, obviously. It fluctuates a little bit, because like I said, this year we sold some land, next year we won't have that. In 2020, we received some PPP money, so.
but anytime you have a fund, there's a revenue source for that fund, or there'd be nothing.
Right.
Even, I'm not a banker either, but if there's a fund, there's a revenue source, or there would be no
And it's
fund.
also important to note that we have 11 board members who look at our detailed finance information every single month.
Yeah.
And if they're not at the board meeting, they get that information. So they are very diligent about how we spend our money and very underpaid because they don't get a dollar. So and that's why we have the board structure that we do.
Do you see any other revenue sources coming to you in the future other than the ones you have now?
You know, it's something we've talked about,
Rentals or?
Yeah.
Whatever. Do you see
right,
any-
you know, we own a property now that we get some rental out of. I would say, yes, that's
If the motel went in, you'd have an added revenue source, if you'd bed and breakfast,
right,
you know, plus maybe
right, so.
whatever rentals or whatever. but-
Yeah, I would say there's a possibility of that.
Well,
Not for
just-
2023. How's that?
A lot of people are asking me, you know, how big is this thing gonna grow?
Right.
You know, you plant a seed, sometimes that seed didn't cost very much, but then everything that goes with it starts costing more and more and more, until it just gets larger and larger and larger. And it's kind of a fair question, how big are you gonna let this grow? Is the city gonna come out and reduce another 30,000, so now you need 65,000? Them are the questions, you know, how big are you gonna let this thing grow? You know, I don't think people have a problem supporting at a tolerable level. What that level is, I have no idea, Keisha. If I had that number, I'd spit it out right now.
I want it to grow, just like our county.
I'd like to see it kind of balance itself at some point.
That would be great in a perfect world.
Yeah.
I don't know of one now that does.
And if that hotel ends up being a investor-owned separate entity, but it's right there, it's connected, you walk through the door, and you've disconnected yourself from the budget, the money of the hotel, and renting the community center. That would be nice if my thought, it would be nice if Von Hand doesn't get too tied up in the hotel. Make that an investor property, you know, and
That's the plan.
because then if that thing doesn't fly, it doesn't show black ink, then we've got another burden to address. You know. And I think that's kind of where Von Hand is coming at that
Yes,
from
yes,
to begin with, isn't it?
yes.
I personally would feel better with a percentage of their budget rather than a lump sum chunk of money. We can't really explain how we're funding, it's just a lump sum. You know, I'd feel better with a percentage that it maybe amounted to that much at this time, but we could determine whether that percentage went higher or lower, not just throw lump sums of money out there, you know. Like your total budget between the two entities you gave us there, what is that total budget?
243.
243,000. So if you funded it at 10%, wouldn't that be 23,000?
I'm not going to ask.
Well,
Clearly.
but just as an example, I would be more comfortable with a percentage than just a lump sum budget. You know, okay, we're just gonna throw 30,000 or 35,000 at this thing and see if that's enough money when the city decides what they wanna fund it at.
So I should have asked for a percentage of the
No,
budget
that's
instead of
just
the
my
dollar
opinion.
amount.
I'm only one person here. I'm just saying an opinion because that's, you know, gives some continuity to it and how much real support we're putting into that instead of just throwing a lump sum of money in it.
Good thought.
Just a different way of looking at
Okay.
it. Okay.
So, am I done?
Yep. Well, I think we're not acting on it today, I guess.
So I can come back then in September for this conversation again. Do I need to be prepared for that again? Or how does your process work?
Once all of the requests are in, then they look at how much money they're gonna have available.
That's where we start
The
deciding.
requests always exceed the incomes.
Right, so this was the last time to do this request?
Yep.
Okay,
I-
good deal.
I would say we should leave it as if any board member has a request for any additional information from Keisha, get to Doug and have Doug call her and say, hey, can you come to the next meeting?
I don't think you should have any problem coming here.
I think one-
No, I have no problem.
I think one or two of us should talk to the city too before the end of our budget hearing. I mean, before we settle it in the budget. I mean, at least get a
Inkling, how they feel.
yeah, or intent, you know, what is their intent? You know, it is, now we're not gonna pin them down to a nickel amount, but what is their intent? You know, is their intent to be less or more, or where are we going with this thing? Back to my idea of a percentage deal, you'd have a little more leeway than, Because if they cut their funding over there, it'd actually cut ours, and if we're on a percentage deal. If they raised it, then
Right.
it'd raise ours, but we wouldn't be just pitching money. So,
So if you have that conversation, am I a part of that discussion
Sure.
with the city?
yeah, we're all public entities. I mean, we
Right.
shouldn't be having these discussions privately, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
And they'll probably only say what their intent is because they haven't
Right.
set their budget either,
Right.
but they'll only catch us
I mean,
once.
I don't put in my request to them till July.
Oh, you put it in July. okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
You better tell them what your intent is then.
do on a regular basis. Okay?
All right,
Thanks,
Keith,
guys. Thank you.
Very good, Keith.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones still has a motion on the floor.
No, I withdraw it. He's in Brentwood, Brian.
Okay, so the next item on here is the resolution of the insurance issue, which I know you guys have spent quite a bit of time on, but ultimately I do need a number to stick in there. And so on the agenda, it appears up as a discussion of group insurance to resolve line 415. So when I say line 415, this is what I'm talking about, line 415. where you decide. So
What's 415 done?
that's the line item for group insurance.
Okay.
Have we gotten anything back?
No,
One of the biggest dissents is whether we have commissioners qualify for any partial payments on that.
I think it originally goes back to the very first question that
Okay,
was cloudy.
Yeah.
Is whether or not a commissioner would pay for all, a portion, or none of their insurance.
and then at the last meeting, we determined that we were gonna, if any motions were gonna be made, it'd be made at this meeting when we had a full quorum. Correct?
Yep.
I would like to present a motion at this time.
Go ahead.
My motion is because of the percentage and the way it's set up in our handbook for employees, and it can't be determined at this time what percent a commissioner works. My motion is the commissioners will still qualify for the group health policy, but at their own expense. That's my motion. And they would still hold on for a large group.
That's a cop-out.
Huh?
That's a cop-out.
Well, that's
We're an
what.
elected official. Elected officials, we pay for their insurance.
That's
We
fine.
were gonna do a percentage. So what's a percentage? We're just gonna make it so it's available, but we're not going to. It's up to the commissioners to pay for it, is what, that's your,
That's fine, well, that you pay, you can take part in it. You have to pay for your own,
Starting in 2023.
starting following year,
So that's,
the next cycle of insurance.
Our renewal is in September.
For whoever, whatever company we're with and however it works out. I wished there was a good percentage there, but it isn't in our handbook. There's been several times we've brought up stuff about the handbook, and we're gonna reduce some stuff in the handbook. And it's always, well, if nobody's complaining about it, we don't need to fix it, so. So at this time, our handbook doesn't handle it, doesn't say anything in there about it, so.
Actually, right now it says that it's not provided to commissioners.
But by my motion that I made previously, it should have been added to the handbook that way, but it never got done because obviously it's controversial. And at this time, I'll make that motion, whether it gets seconded or whether it goes through, I don't know, but that is my motion on the floor.
Gibbs' motion does align with what our minutes from that meeting say. And we've never changed our minutes either, as far as, the minutes do declare it to be a viable option. And we all approve those minutes. I will second Gibbs' motion.
okay, I have a motion and a second.
The only other discussion I would put in that, I'd have no problem with somebody making motion, and this time to change the handbook just so imply or whatever, you know. I think it needs to be redone. I think a good time to have it redone in the handbook and stuff is when you get a new person sitting in this seat, or for when there's a change and that board is actually seated new after this election. But at this time, that's my motion. And it has been seconded.
There's no question, we need to reduce the handbook and stuff, there's no doubt about that.
If the floor is open to discussion, I have one
Yes, it is.
observation to make, and that's this: we're offering absolutely no incentive for anybody who want to run for one of these offices. And that was the original idea. In fact, I believe it was Gibbs.
Yeah, my other observation was the exact same thing that Luke said when I made that motion. Every other elected official that's in this building and in this county gets full health. Every elected official does.
But they all have well, I guess Elton works as much as Elton needs to work to get the job done. Every other elected official basically is punching the time clock and putting in a 40-hour week.
Well,
You mean like the sheriff?
maybe not exactly, but.
Pardon?
You mean like the sheriff? The state's attorney?
Yeah, like I said, Elton.
Huh?
Auditor.
This table right here
Commissioners?
doesn't get
We
to
punch
pick
the
their
time clock?
time.
No.
I don't get to pick the time that you call me or Luke calls me, or we don't get to pick our times. We just work when we get called. You know, so.
Is there any other discussion? I voted originally the same way this motion is, I guess, when it came up the first time. So,
And Jim, I think Jim voted against it the first time, but that's all history.
Kim and I and Luke voted it in, and Jim and Greg voted against it. That was clarified. Not in the minutes of the meeting, but in the video. That was the vote on it.
Bob is our new board member going on the seat.
Technically, it would be after the first, it's usually the first Tuesday following the first Monday.
Of the election.
Unless you would choose to step down ahead of that, then they could appoint that person to fill it.
But that's actually before it's finalized.
Doesn't,
No, it's after.
It's after.
It's after.
a new commissioner takes office first of the year, don't they?
It's supposed to be the first Tuesday after the first Monday.
Of the beginning of the year?
So it would be the third.
But I have the right to step down if I want to, if he's willing to take over.
okay, is there any more discussion about the motion? Hearing none, do a roll call,
However
I
we're
think-
gonna do it.
and we know, I guess, the turn. Jim?
What is the motion? Would you state it again, somebody?
The you want to say it under,
It is that county commissioners qualify for coverage, but at their own expense.
starting after the next
renewal.
renewal date.
Does it need more clarification, do you think, Jim?
No.
I want it to be as simple as it can be, so there's no give I.
Jim Jones?
Nay.
Luke?
Nay.
Greg? Aye. Motion carries.
I didn't hear.
Jim had an aye earlier, I guess, right?
Aye, nay, aye.
So part of your discussion is about the handbook, which is why I started writing those policy statements, so that there was something written. So when the policy manual actually does get recreated, that they get migrated. So I'll have that drawn up for the next meeting.
I think that's pretty important whenever we do anything. As it's been done as personnel, and I know I'm a lame duck here, but immediately the handbook should reflect that in my way of thinking, you know? And, it just puts continuity to everything. Plus it makes you look at what's in the handbook at that time. You know, and I just think it's very important because in big companies, you'll see if you have a problem with any disconsent, boy, you're gonna go to that handbook right away. And if that covers it, you know.
Sure.
rather than leaving it open and end up being discontent about it.
Okay, is that, are we done with anything on the commissioner's side, done, aren't we?
Yep, now you're
Okay.
library.
Library?
You wanna tell them?
Oh,
I'm sure they've read it.
Yes.
She comes to ruin her day.
Thanks.
I guess, yes, what I'd like to do is, and we kind of touched on this last time in the 2023 budget, but I'd like to get that going right now, that Hannah would take over 25 hours a week, and I would switch. Right now, we'd just be switching roles. She's 1 day a week. I'd go to 1 day a week. She'd go up to, like I said, 25 hours. It'd be more hours than what I'm putting in. So she'd need insurance, and the benefits of that. And then, we would absorb the cost. She'd only take insurance starting in October. She has insurance until September, end of September. So it'd just be October, November, December that the library, and we will fit that into our budget to absorb that cost this year. And like I said, but going on next year, 12 months, we had a much larger bill. So that's where I came last month for that.
So it's important that when you accept or deny her resignation, that it's only as the director, not as an employee.
I'll make the motion to accept the resignation as a director.
Second.
Can I add to it the employment of the other one, or you want that separate?
I think,
Separate probably, huh?
Yeah.
yeah, because you're gonna set an hourly wage for it.
Okay.
Right now.
Can I add a couple words to your motion with your approval?
Already told her she's ruining my day.
How about we accept your resignation with commendation?
There you go. There we go. I like that. And glad
We
you're
have a
not-
motion in a
glad
second.
you're not disappearing from the face of the library either, so thank you.
So those hours are, and you said the other thing, but she's gonna basically be doing the same hours?
I apologize, I may have misspoke there. I'm doing 19 hours. We'd like to bump her up to 25 hours, and kind of what the reason would be what I had mentioned at the last special meeting, that to do the programming, to get that going. She's been doing an awesome job. We wanted to continue that. I had one student who just kind of walks through, actually stopped and said, "What are you doing this month?" So we want to keep that going. We want to get those kiddos in the library, and it's been kind of fun. So we want to keep that going. So yes, I'd like to bump her up. And then also she'd be eligible for insurance. With her not going back to the school, she's going to need insurance. And then this helps her out that way too.
Doug, that would, the second motion that you're suggesting be made would be to cover this, the replacement and the switch.
No, if you need to set an hourly wage for her, for my records, and then you would deal with Hannah. after that.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor, correct, on the resignation?
On her resignation.
Maybe we should take care of that first.
We're just, yeah.
In a second.
So I don't know if there's any more discussion about the resignation. Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Anything else?
Well, not from you, I don't.
What salary, that you would revert to her salary or?
Yes, I just planned on me going to the, whatever her $15 and something an hour, and she would take
I
my
can match
22,
that.
13 or whatever, yeah. So it's not there.
So basically just to swap the salaries too. Even though she's got a new position,
Right,
but we're just gonna.
right.
That's the.
Plus, you need to consider doing the same thing like you did with the Rebel site, because of the limited authority that that person possesses, they don't really qualify for the salary position, so it should almost be hourly, because if she does work extra time, she will be entitled to extra compensation. So you gotta put some thought into that as well.
What do we need to approve with regard to the second motion? Just the switch in the roles between she and Hannah? Or the financials
Well-
that would accompany that kind of a switch?
You've got to decide if you're
Hours.
going to appoint Hannah based on the library board's recommendation. And then you can deal with the salaries, the wage after that.
So basically, we need a motion to appoint her, if that's. what
Okay,
we
so
said.
moved.
Yeah, as director.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Okay, but not with necessarily the additional 6 hours at this point. You're saying that's a separate issue.
That'll be the second.
Yeah, you're gonna have to decide if you wanna make it a salary position or hourly.
Mary was salaried?
Yeah.
She is the director.
Hannah's been there a while, but as library superintendent?
Just the library aide is what she was.
No, I'm saying what is your title right now?
Oh, I'm director, yes,
Library
I'm
director.
director, yes.
Would she have a probationary period as director?
Well, typically they do, yes.
Right.
But that's governed through the library board.
Within our framework, yeah.
Yeah,
And she's already
We
done
would-
the work. We wouldn't be knowledge. She's no.
I have no qualms, she will do an excellent job. No qualms.
So you want to set her salary down?
Well, there's no motion with my second.
Oh,
I'll second it.
Who's your motion?
Jim's motion.
It was Jim's motion.
He seconded the motion.
Oh, I thought he said I'll second.
He said,
I second. Well, it's one way to get it.
So, any discussion about the appointment of Hannah to that position then? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, so now as far as Mary's wage, you want it to be what Hannah's making?
yes,
Okay, so if you would do a motion to that effect, and
okay,
I will take the amount from our payroll and apply it.
okay. So within that same motion, should we also include the compensation package for Hannah?
No,
Or is that for next budget year? No?
No.
Well, yeah, you said the library budget will absorb.
I
it.
recommend doing them separately.
Yeah, separately.
Okay,
So moved.
okay, second.
Motion in the second to set
swaps out.
Mary's salary at Hannah's current wage.
Yep.
Any other discussion?
Because I remember it, the whole pay is the same, right?
Yes.
Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
How much money did you just?
I gotta think about it.
Try not to think that. It's a matter of the library.
Position as a director.
We appreciate your commitment.
Okay, so here's what it is.
She was out in position as a director. We're just.
No, she was salary.
She was salary.
Salary.
So what it
So
is
to
is
make it an hourly one,
the Fair Labor Standards Act has some exemptions for being an exempt, which is ironic, I never thought of that, an exempt employee, which is salary. The director doesn't have direct authority to hire or fire, it has to go through that board and then this board. So there's separation of authority there. And then her job is more labor oriented than it is exclusively management. And that's what we went through with like the role side. It's more labor oriented than it's management. So those are the two big prongs on the court.
On that prong, I would argue that there's much discretion involved in being the director of the library. Although certainly there is hourly labor involved too. But you'd have almost all the discretion on an hourly or daily basis down there. Of course, you take your directives generally, your guidance generally from the board.
plus you gotta interact with two different boards.
Yeah,
That's
there's lots of
That's
discretion.
quite a directory when you gotta interact.
So what does that add to?
Nothing.
Okay. So
No, because it just hinges on the hiring, firing, the authority level,
okay,
which unless this board grants that board to grant that to her exclusively. But I doubt the director would want that, because if you have an employment claim, then who has to argue?
Plus the breakdown.
Yeah.
So where would we set that hour?
Well, she doesn't plan on working close to 40 hours a week, so I mean, if you're thinking that it's gonna cause this big uncertainty in the budget, it's not, because you guys actually have like a schedule, right? Where you write down who's covering the building and.
Right,
do-
yes.
So I really don't see there being a big change in any salary thing. It's just that she would submit a time sheet, we write her a check like would.
So what's our handbook say about an hourly employee in that position?
It doesn't. It's just considered part of the other employees.
what about with regard to insurance, where she gets bumped to 25. Is that a next year 23 budget consideration and not this year?
No, you can do it this year, and it's a percentage. I think we figured it out. I know what I quote from my memory. Wasn't it 3/5? We pay 60, 40.
60/40, yeah.
We pay 60, she pay 40.
So what do we need to do in order to accomplish all of what we want to do?
But if we set it an hourly wage, what that hourly wage be then?
You have a recommendation here of 33,650. Correct.
Yes, it seems to me like I was in that, yeah, and that was before discussion of the hourly. It seemed to me like I make $22.13 an hour.
How does that compare with her other pay scale?
She was $15 and some cents.
You're asking me.
Right now, lots of
Too
questions.
many questions.
I apologize.
No, you're not. I'm good, man. Thank you. Can't even get in right now.
We're learning after time.
Let me go get the wall.
When you do these flip-flop deals, it's better to talk about it before you flip. So you don't flop.
Gotcha.
What's
We want to be fair.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I appreciate you
105.
guys' hard work.
Be about $100 a week difference, $105 a week, roughly,
Yeah, you don't get it.
$400.
Do we, what is,
You're
um,
up in 52
what
weeks.
is Ty Johnson's?
You know, it's about 51 when you figure in
Any
that.
idea?
I don't know.
I don't think we,
that
other
holidays.
than maybe Danny Fisher, I don't think we have anybody in the highway department that's much over $20.
That's what I was thinking too, you know, just stay somewhere in line. But none of those guys are in a director's position either, answering the two
Yeah.
different boards.
Correct.
What is Deb checking right now?
He couldn't get his program open.
Where base salary is, setting it right now. Luke's probably got a pretty good idea.
And maybe it says in there, when are you
It would start
effectively taking
June.
this change?
June 1st is when we would swap.
What do you hear about the road?
I am going to be calling because hopefully consistently above 70 degrees. For a week.
60.
60 degrees, I had to change it every time. Okay, 60 degrees. So I'm hoping within the next 2 weeks here we can,
Is it dripping anywhere after this?
No.
7 inches?
no,
They,
not.
they told you
The
they wanted
roads
to
are still
be
gonna be good.
consistently 60 or 70,
Yeah, for a
because
week.
they also said if it was gonna be decent during the winter, they would do it, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, what do we
I don't
have?
know what to tell you.
Over now, right?
I talk about it close.
Pretty confusing.
Yes, it is.
down.
Yeah, some of the things they say is pretty confusing. And I will be really surprised if our quotes stay.
No, I,
They would have to, I think, honestly.
Yeah, you hope so.
We signed an agreement with them, I
Yeah.
think, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
as long as there wasn't,
Yeah.
that would have been time.
They put it off there.
Right, it wasn't on our
Yeah,
part.
didn't, we didn't.
Right, they offered the contract, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't, it's not anything that we stopped them and say, hey, don't do it this year, do it next year.
Right.
You know, they did that.
Do you feel like, maybe this isn't an appropriate question, I get that, like all your part-time help is comfortable with staying where they're at and
Yes,
and
I do
so
believe,
forth?
yes. I have talked to one for sure, the other one was out with some knee replacement, but I will be visiting with her when she gets back, and I think it's a great gig, you guys. Sergeant's idea is really wonderful. We're very flexible, I mean, it's flexible scheduling, I mean, it just always works out. That someone can pick up the slack when somebody has to be gone, and somebody, I mean, it's just, I can't even.
The part-time help's running from $15 to $17 an hour.
so there seems to be a big disconnect here between the two,
Since,
doesn't it?
since
They're
they're,
great.
since they're basically swapping positions, should we not just salary her, like Mary was, with maybe a cut for the 6-month probationary period and then move her to where Mary was?
I wouldn't have any problem with that, but she's already been an employee for quite a while already, and we're just moving her into the same position.
Well, she's gonna grab the reins and take over the responsibilities.
Yeah, but I don't see any reason for probationary deals.
I don't see any reason to cut her wages just to go through the probationary period. I would say leave the wages where they are. She's going through a probationary period.
Okay,
Right.
That's when the board will make a decision whether she can handle the job or not.
okay.
More than this board making that decision. It's gonna come from that board to us, so I see no, if they're just swapping, swap.
Can we put it to an hourly deal? Do you think that would actually be a better deal if we divide it out and go an hourly deal?
Yeah.
And if she ends up putting more hours in to get the computers up, maybe to start with, and then it'll tail off later or whatever, at least she'd be compensated week by week for what she's doing.
Get a calculator. Never mind, I got one.
Greg's got one going.
Yeah, I do. What do you,
Well, if you take that 33, excuse me, whatever it was,
where does,
33,615.
She says they average about 51 weeks a year.
see that value doesn't match up to what I'm getting at all. So in other words,
Yeah, off of this paper.
Off of this
compared to
paper,
that Up there. it's
And what
not
she's got up there, they don't match at all.
not very close.
Not even close.
Is there one after withholding or before or what's?
But you have to, well, she's going to 25, I'm only 19, she's
Right,
adding
but I did-
6 hours.
I did 25. That
Oh, you
was the
did
same rate you
25.
have, and it was like 28 or something.
So trying to swap salaries would be all right if you were.
It's like 33. It's like 33 something.
Right, yes.
So what is that?
Okay, what's she?
But if we're an hour,
That's gotta go up positive.
But it wouldn't matter much if you're hourly.
That's just-
It doesn't make it matter.
And
See, but that's,
to me,
This is what,
salary, so
if I
that would
punch
be,
it out at
you know,
19
starting
hours,
next.
that's what she's giving it out, is what she said.
Right now, if
So if you
you
multiply
take
that by 25.
33 of the number of hours, extrapolate over a year, it's $25.85 an hour.
you're looking at.
So if I punch out at the
Which is
same
actually
rate,
more than our other department.
at the same rate you're running now,
Okay,
with your hours and this, what's on the sheet, with the increase, you would be like at 28,768.
starting, I wonder,
Yeah, because take for example, some of our recent hires, like
She's actually.
4-H is at 38,000.
Yeah.
We had,
I think you're out.
That's good.
I think you're out.
Yeah, so he's at 18, 19, 19.
But I think in all fairness to everybody else, around 20 would be a good starting wage if we're gonna go hourly. Plus her insurance. So she's gonna pick up some benefits.
So, but I think
Yeah, around 20 plus her benefits. You know, that'd still put her benefits plus $3 or $4 ahead of the other.
There's one thing to consider is, the director of the library has a board to, fall back on for a lot of decision-making. It's not exactly like another department head that everything falls in their lap.
We just need to keep some continuity between our department heads.
Yeah.
again. That's just my suggestion. That would fall somewhere in between the two.
Another one.
And then what is our, what percentage of wages gonna go up this year? 3%. So if we start at 20 now and a 3% increase first of the year, correct?
right.
So it'd be 2060 then. That's just a suggestion. I might be all off, I gotta throw something out there so she don't stand here all afternoon.
Is it something we have to have right
Well, it'd be nice for him to plug it in
now? That's true.
where his budget's going to.
I guess we've kind of decided on theirs as long as everything goes. It's just what we're gonna pay.
Yeah.
Hannah for
If we're gonna switch it.
hourly or salary.
When you switch
We
the
should
hour,
probably make sure that Mike and the board are on the same page as you guys.
yeah, when you switch the hours, it's where it kind of comes into play there, because you're gonna get more hours, but you don't wanna cut her back so far that more hours don't do her any good. That's where I'm coming somewhere in between plus the benefits. And Doug's right, I think we should run it by the library board and see what they
What's
say.
the library board's position?
Well, we basically just, went off of that letter up there and what, Mary worked the numbers and saying that it's basically just I don't know, it'll took me or don't have the minutes, but, it's just a flip, one for the other, pretty much.
But more hours on the first.
Mhm. Yeah, she was,
Figure this out, hourly. I mean,
Yeah.
We want to be a little careful with the rest of the department head.
yeah,
She's not out leaving them by $3 an hour, the day she goes to work.
yeah,
You know, that is,
yeah, the highway department might be able to test you with that,
yeah.
19.
She might be, doing a little
Yeah.
And we don't want to.
Might be a road grader.
2102, yeah. So I'm currently at 2102.
That's about where you're at.
That's where I'm at, yeah, when we flip the numbers here, I'm at 2102. So again, I'd like to see her stay at 2102 myself if you can.
I don't know.
Me neither.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Want to make a motion, you want me to?
So move. Keep her at 2102.
Change
2102,
her to an hourly wage.
wage, 2102, yeah. That'd be perfect.
And of course, she's gonna get a bump come the first few years, so.
Jim,
Everybody else.
Yeah, right.
That little
I'll
continuity.
second Jim's motion.
We have a motion for 2102. It's been seconded by Jim.
Any other discussion?
As long as he's still writing.
I'm ready for the
Then,
vote.
aye.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you so much. One last thing, while we have Mike here, and I know this is going ahead, and if you choose not to do that right now, I understand. We did put in, we had a request to kind of look to see what needed to be done. Our last big project was getting insulation done, and we did have House of Glass come up and look to replace windows. And then Mike did some work on insulating and studding. So I just thought if you had any questions, now would be a great time because Mike is here. But if you choose not to, that is fine as well.
It's on the board, Mary.
It's what?
It's on the.
Oh, it's on the board. Yes, there you go.
So you're gonna change your budget request for this next year for any of this, or
Well,
what's your?
it was my understanding that Doug had called and just said that we were looking for whatever projects you have to you had some excess money and, what's your wish list, what's everybody else's wish list of what we, big ticket items that we think need to be done.
This would be for the
That's not in
ARPA
here at
funds.
all. That I can see.
Yeah, and so I kind of just roughly put some numbers together, kind of like what they did down at City Hall, where they went in and just, studded out and re-insulated and, taped and textured, sheetrock taped and textured the exterior walls, but on the interior side, obviously. But up, up to the windows, and then just had House of Glass come out and look at the windows, look at a better graded glass, because they're original windows in there. And it's one of those that, the window technology has changed some over the years. And so it's just,
Again, look at just replacing the glass out of the windows or the whole window.
I think they're replacing the whole windows the way it looks, and I think it's easier to do, to pull frame and all out rather than trying to make units to fit.
They're all wood frame.
No, they're all aluminum frame, you know. I didn't really pose that question to the guy, I just said we kind of need budget numbers, and so I gave him some rough measurements, you know, the rough openings and things like that. And they cranked them up pretty quick as far as, you know, I don't know if that's an option to, you
I
know,
do know with an aluminum frame, it is an option. They put a triple glazed glass into them. I mean, they
Yeah.
use glass instead of.
you know, and then pull
If they're
everything.
wooden frame. there's-
Yeah, no, it's an
a.
aluminum frame, and it's one of those things that, you know, we haven't spent a lot of time with them to see what, you know, what our options are, if that's, you know, if those are still usable, I would think there'd be some money to be saved that way of doing that.
Well, you don't have so much renovation cost
Yeah.
on the inside if you just
Yeah.
do glass.
Is there any estimate as to how much money we would save annually on heating the place, cooling the
I
place?
think you'd be shocked.
Big
In
difference.
in the wintertime, it's no different than the old school. It's that cement block. In the wintertime,
Zero.
you could use it as a refrigerator. Set your pop up there and it probably freezes. It's quite chilly when you get to those cement blocks, because that's all there is there.
You'd have to talk to the
Utility bills.
city to see what, you know,
I
if they
mean,
could, you know, have any numbers on their cost savings.
They just told me a lot, they said they saved this and this.
City, you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, they firm out all the walls and my God, they're saving a ton.
Yeah.
And that would be our last, but when the roof gets done. We got all new LED lights in there, we've got, what else have we done? Got our doors,
You know, handicap.
accessible doors in there, we're gonna have pretty much a brand new.
And she said rather than replace the sidewalks, they can just be shaved smooth.
Really?
Yeah, that front side, yeah, we could, just go up and just grind that. Smooth on that.
Oh, mid parking lot, probably pretty big parking lot, that's gonna be-
But all these buildings that we're gonna try to keep intact for the next 20 years, we gotta keep up with this deal, because the only thing it's did is cost us money by not keeping up.
And before we start committing any of that ARPA money any other direction, I think we better update and
Get a priority list.
but
Some kind.
update and get these buildings that we've already got in shape.
Especially the ones we know we're gonna keep for the
Yeah,
next
and I've-
20 years,
I've always stated that good insulation is an investment. It's not an expense, it's an investment.
But any windows that haven't been updated in 20 years should be updated. I mean, it's just a fact of the case.
Is that
I
built
mean,
in 70?
there's very few of them that
69,
69?
69.
Oh my God, it's 50
are, there's a lot of
years
technology
old.
has changed in the last 20 years. Nobody builds any block
Okay.
buildings now.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Back to emergency management.
Yes, Arlen.
Thank you, Mike.
My new glasses are in, I don't know if I'd ever get down there and get them.
So this goes back to the meeting we had previously where the department heads come in and talk about the budget. So I loaded up Arlen's yesterday and he can just go through it, any significant changes. It is a fair,
There is a significant change.
let's see it.
They're all.
There it is.
So you
Go ahead and turn the mouse.
So in my EM budget, there is, other than my wage increase for the wage scale, the only other increase will be $150 for the alert set system that went up for the first time in 3 years since I started. So they wanted to put it in last year, but they came in after the budget, so I convinced them not to slide up to the right somewhere.
The last column's not showing.
You know,
Please slide right down.
Want me to?
Yeah. Want me to do it?
Do it.
Marlon, did you talk about the 2-tier certification?
I have in the
position
previous
yet?
meetings,
Oh, you have?
but I didn't think that was supposed to be
Okay.
brought up. I can talk about it if you have questions.
Well, I just wanted to know if everybody knew about it.
So that'd be a significant change, that'll be, $2 raise for 2023. But the only other increase in my budget other than last year would be the alert sense. The next one is the 911 operations, there's no significant change in that. Last year we did the upgrade, all that's up and running well.
And that funds itself, so that doesn't impact your other department.
And then the third budget is the LAPC. And that'll increase up to 1,200 this year, more than last year, and that's self-funded too from the LAPC stateside.
So what that $1,800 is that we've had a series of grants come in from the state. And of course, they want you to spend those grants. Well, because of the way that the LEPC board has been meeting and what they've been spending, it's time to unload some of that, so you're not sitting on too much and draw the stink eye from the powers that be in fear. But that's another one of those special funds that's apart from the rest of the departments.
And that's only used for, it has earmarked for certain things, I suspect, I don't remember.
Correct.
It has to fit within the definitions of LEPC, which is hazardous materials and community response. Most times it's been pushed there, isn't it? Almost exclusively.
Right, so we've done stuff as, like last year we bought a pump for our hazmat tent, decontamination tent.
Actually, no.
Different things for the emergency operations center, such as radios
And I don't think you
and
should.
the TV that's in the assembly room downstairs. That's from the LPC, the board on the wall down there from the LPC. So that is stuff that we can use for the operations center, the emergency operations center. And these funds we're allowed to carry over. We have to spend all the grant money down to $200 or less each year. So this is a buildup of that $200 that wasn't spent. So it's been building up over quite a few years. And we don't specifically have anything to spend on it as of yet. We're working on that tent. There's gonna be some more stuff that we're gonna add to it. With the grant this year, we got $900. It's quite a bit more than usual, because they had some extra money, so.
Do you, is everybody equipped with masks and that type of thing for ammonia spills or tanker spill or gas
Yes.
fire?
Yeah.
I mean, even all your personnel is.
Yeah, we have Tyvek suits, so that's another thing we gotta look at. Some of them are outdated.
I knew you talked about it before, but I didn't know. A lot of things got changed and I didn't know which got changed.
Yeah, so we do have the Tyvek suits with the masks. Like I said, they're.
Sheriff and something.
Yes, we do have sections on it. But like I said, those are getting outdated. There's a date on them. I don't know how deteriorated they get. It's kind of like your aspirin. They put a date on it, I think, because they want you to buy more. There's no date on it.
The only problem with having dates and stuff, that if you don't comply,
Right.
something happens and there's a failure because of it, then
Then
How about dog bite?
I don't know. You can fit that in there. In the elements.
Hazardous.
True. Could be.
Okay.
So that's really all I have. If you have any questions, on any of them, I'd be willing to answer it. Try to answer it.
None for me.
Pretty quiet.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Arlen.
Like you need to get your equipment deal stuff today so you get that money spent if you can.
Right, and that's what we'll have meetings every even numbered month. The second Tuesday, we have a meeting in the assembly room. And we get quite a few. We get 12 to 15 people throughout the county that come in and we talk about what we need to update. A lot of that stuff rides in that trailer that I have out there. Hazmat stuff, and then I do have some that we have to go in. That'll be something John Dunlop, the president, is gonna help me. He's got an extensive background in the military. He's been working with me on getting them updated. So, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Capital projects, you have listed there?
Well, Will asked me to pitch it for him here. So these are projects that he has conveyed with me, and I think he spoke with Luke about some of them. The very first one is the bottom of the list here, which is the elevator fund. If we have 250, and the project ends up costing 400, 450, then of course I would recommend that the ARPA funds be used to make up that difference, so that that project can be completed in whole. So just using the figure of 150 from that 600, leaves you $450,000. And so some of the projects in this building include windows, which he had talked to you before, and that's about the fact that the windows were installed in 92, and I don't want to use the word caulk, but that's probably not right, that's
The weather stripping, the,
Sealant.
yeah, the seal around the windows
Yeah.
has eroded away, needs to be replaced. So he actually had two estimates done. He had asked for an estimate previously, and then he asked for one now. And it's kind of alarming where it went. It started out at 21,200, and then a couple months, no, the other way, 16,008 up to 21 in a matter of less than 6 months.
Doug, is that windows or is that just the sealant?
That's the labor and sealant, isn't it?
Okay,
labor and sealant.
Okay, not the windows.
Yep, so that's pulling off that fascia and resealing the windows behind it, reassembly. The itemized part, you know, I think it's on here, it talks about that they'd have to rent a lift of some sort. And then if that could be done locally, that would save some money
Mhm.
because they wouldn't have transportation and daily rental use on it. The other one is not complete tuck pointing of the building, but tuck pointing in problem areas where the tuck pointing is deteriorating. And again, that's another one where they'd have to have a lift to get to that area. And then the parking lot has been on the list for quite a while. And that's just a seal coat, isn't it?
Oh,
Or a lift?
just go to
Okay. And then the cement repairs, he didn't actually add that, I did, because there's areas in the basement where the cement's starting to erode and buckle, and that needs to get ahead of it, or we'll end up like we did at the jail building where it literally crumbles to the point where it compromises the building, and then back to the elevator. So you've already heard from the library what is on their wish list. When I visited with Randy, he said primarily the only thing that they're really need of in that area is the walk-through doors and possibly heat.
Doug, can we go back to the elevator?
Yes.
Will called me, and he would like to set up a
Committee?
committee. And I think he would like to get it set up the quicker the better, because he thinks he's getting the runaround from the engineers. If we set a committee up, the engineers can give us this information at any time, instead of waiting for every month to go by. And by setting the committee up, Will feels that way the engineers feel we are serious about doing this. He thinks they're kind of pushing him back, that we're not serious on doing the elevator project. And he felt that if we would set a committee up, and then that committee would get information from them, from Will and them, and the engineering firm, that maybe we could speed this process up. Because the first draft that I've seen they figure this project's gonna take a year. So the quicker we get started on it, the quicker it gets done. So I told him I would bring it to the board at this meeting. He would really like a committee set up today for that purpose.
Do you have a suggestion on who, obviously probably just two of us in the town here.
Right, that it can't be a quorum. I'm his liaison, so I'm assuming I would be one. Unless someone else wants it, they can have it, but, he thinks that would help expedite and get things rolling quicker.
I'll
And
volunteer to be on that committee if you.
Okay. Anyone else? I mean, do you feel like it's needed someone else?
no, he he just thought that between him, there would be three of us on there. And that would be enough that the information that we could get, if they needed to. And I don't know if this is what we want, but I think his intent is that if they would give us information that they could act on, instead of full board meeting, we would get this information. We could send it, let the rest of the board and give them an answer so they can move forward. So we're not this month delaying it.
We often discuss these topics that just go on and on and on and nothing happens. That elevator's
Well, and
one
that's,
of the first ones that I heard when I sat in here in 20, and nothing has happened.
but,
Of course, we've been raising money since then too.
right, we've been working on that.
Yeah.
But I understand where he's coming from. That would speed things up if he gets an answer and they need to have the authority to move to the next step.
Can we just agree that by consensus that you guys would be fine for that committee and move on?
I don't know, should be okay, shouldn't it, Doug?
Yes.
So,
The only thing is if it would come to, I don't know how to say this, to keep the project moving forward, if in a week's time they come back with something and we need to tell them to keep moving forward instead of waiting every month, if we would contact the full board and with their consensus, move forward.
Yeah,
Is that,
sounds fine to me.
Well, it's a high dollar budget item, and I don't see no problem with moving it forward, but if it gets to the point that we're gonna do it, we should have an emergency meeting. and
I think
move forward.
but I think there's a lot of stuff can be done
Exactly.
quickly without, when dollar amounts are gonna start being thrown around, then I think we need to have an emergency.
If we're gonna sign the contract or
Right.
something, then we'd have, but I don't see no problem with what Luke said.
and I think Doug's not sitting there right now, but I think later on the agenda, there's some engineering paperwork that might come up in regards to that.
That's where I got the,
If they could get a consensus as they went along,
Yeah.
when they got ready to finalize, then they got-
and that may be, when you see that, the dollar amount in there, we may have to,
Have to be
Act on that.
act on that. But,
One of the other reasons that they may not be too eager to dig in too deep is this was never approved for payment. This is the engagement letter with the
right,
engineering firm.
That's what
and that's what we're just
we
talking
were just
about.
I just said, I think later in the agenda, we have
Yep.
that portion that needs to be acted on probably if we want.
Yeah, because we signed it, but we were never approved for payment of it.
I think we will handle that today though, as we go on.
That's the goal.
So I'd say, as far as consent, then I'm okay with
Yep.
Luke and Jim and Will proceeding as that, in that format.
And I don't think you need to talk to everyone, this way here, you can send us an email or a text,
Right, you can text in.
and we'll be
But-
expected to answer back.
You would be notified of what's going on. Because I do think at some point in here, there is gonna be a dollar amount that's gonna be discussed, and that's when we're gonna have a special meeting to do that.
Okay.
I think,
If needed, yeah.
if needed. But right now, he felt that if that committee got put together, that maybe they would, he feels they're not taking us seriously about it. I think he feels that we're just kicking the can down the road.
I wonder why he gets that feeling. My God, I think we've been very.
No,
serious.
not Will.
No, why does he think that they think we're not serious?
Because he can't get them to.
They might not have got paid yet either.
Right, that's what I think.
And I think that could be where it's coming from.
We're not gonna be fully divergent about anything until that contract's signed.
Okay,
That makes perfect
That's
sense to me.
that's the
Why
explanation.
would they step out there if he ain't gonna
We
attain it?
haven't committed to this part.
Do you have an idea or recommendation, Doug, of where this payment would be? Would it be taken out of that 250 that's already in a fund?
This 25?
Or would it be this 25,
It would be out of the reserve funds that we're setting aside now.
okay.
Out of the 250.
Because them funds will have to be spent down to zero before we can go after any other.
Yep.
Because that's what that was set aside for.
Well, can we just deal with that right now as long as?
You can.
I move that we pay that.
I'm second. Get this thing going.
Yeah.
So we already approved it.
Did you, everyone get to see it up there then?
Yeah.
It's basically the contract with the engineering firm to proceed. So,
We voted for it, we just haven't approved payment for it.
so I have a motion and a second to approve payment for that engineering. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay,
Okay, so Jeff is here, Jeff Parkins is here, to discuss the highway shop, but I just wanted to finish the part about the Weed Fest building. It's a combination of the walk-in doors, and then there's some windows in the shop area that were boarded up originally, they just boarded them up. And then the only other thing is the heating systems require more maintenance, but I told Randy, I'm like, with those doors, that might be something he could just incorporate into his budget now, because he had budgeted for buying a container with chemical in, so you can keep that in the back of your heads that if you don't buy a container, you already budgeted money for.
right.
And I think Greg would refer to this too, you know, we need to put these buildings in some sort of priority order. Is this a building that we're gonna continue to try to maintain for the next 20 years? Or is it a building that we might get out of, have it build something new, you know? We need to figure that out before we start throwing money, especially in these older buildings. Like the library's no brainer, you know? But when you get these outbuildings like this, they might be just cold storage someday for us or something. That might be all they amount
The
to.
library's 53 years old.
That's why you need to take care of it if you're gonna keep it.
So Jeff can tell you about his ideas and what would happen to his old building versus new one. I gotta take care of a piece of business going.
Right now?
Just food for thought, I knew that Arlen was looking for storage, and Randy was looking for some storage space. You know, Arlen talked about buying a building, different building. So I was thinking if we would give up the building we're now at the DOT lot, that Arlen and Randy and whoever have that, and then put up a new building on that same site, then everything would be on that site.
What would you do with the other Hand County Highway Department site?
We would have to keep it unless we build another one bigger. Because
Is this the diagram we're talking about?
this is a diagram, yeah, that Fogg County and Potter County use.
Is there room at the original lot rather than at the Department of Transportation lot for this?
It would be very, no, I don't think so. I don't think you could get semis in and out the same door. I think they're too cramped over there. Ideally, it'd be, I mean, as long as if you're gonna go with a bigger building, ideally, I guess you buy an acreage and put everything out there. Because right now we got two small lots and one bigger one would be better. But
You're saying that lot out there, like the old state highway,
yeah,
isn't big enough?
that one's big enough.
That
We
one's
can make
big
that one work.
That's, if you were to build this building, that's where you would.
That's where, you know, right now, that was my thought, is that lot is big enough. We'd have to move all the gravel pile and everything out to the roadside.
Unless we build the whole thing out to the rebel site.
Yeah,
Then we'd have plenty of room.
that,
How much do you use the old building down at the old site?
it's got something stored in it all the time.
Is it in reasonably decent shape? Does it have a good roof? Is it leaking all the time? Is it-
Yeah, no, the roof is fairly, I suppose the roof's already 30 years old, but it
Is it
doesn't
metal?
leak. It's metal. Ronnie put that roof on there about 30 years ago, I'm guessing.
Boy, that's an old building.
It is an old building and it's I mean, you couldn't afford to try and heat it. It's just cinder block and it's cold in there. But, you know, it's a roof. It's cold storage. Works good for that. But, now, Fall County, when they built theirs, they got it done for $90 a square foot. They're just currently building one for Potter County now. at $110 a square foot, and I called that same contractor, and he's told me you just go figure $125 a square foot for what inflation and where everything's going now.
And how long ago was Fall County at 90?
I think they're 3 years old up there.
Wow.
So Beetle County built the one bigger, 100 by 100, 210. They got $190 a square foot in there, but they did a lot of extra. They got a wash basin and office and loft. And they got a lot of extras. And that's turn the key, walk in, ready to go.
That's it.
That's everything. So, food for thought. It's, like I say, our building's getting old too. The one we're in now, the one at the DOT, we make it function for us. It's not all that functional. The doors aren't wide enough. You gotta be really careful when you pull a snowplow and there's a wing on it. It just gets in there. And you gotta get crowded over against one wall on the other side. And you can still get a loader down the middle, but invariably the one you need is in the middle, so you gotta take everything out, put everything back in. But it's a roof and it's heated and we're gonna make it work, but it could work better.
And plus, we'd still have plenty of use for it yet, you know.
Yeah,
If you built a new shop, we'd still have plenty of use for it yet.
oh yeah.
And just transition into secondary place more than anything.
Mhm. So, you know, and even at that rate, we wouldn't get everything under inside. But we would manage to get most of our semis and trailers in.
How much would it improve your work environment for you and your employees if we did a new building?
Oh, I think it would help a lot.
I think it would be huge
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah. Really would.
Maintenance improves greatly in a good building. You just, you know, if you gotta do it in the cold or dark area, maintenance doesn't get done like it should be, I know that.
And the idea of updating a building that's 30, 40, 50 years old is just so price prohibitive anymore. Them prices sound high. Go into one of them old buildings and start widening the doors out and revamping them and stuff. You'll find out what high is because you still have the whole building.
Yeah.
And when you're done, you'll still have that same building.
What are the financing possibilities for that kind of a figure?
Unlimited. Unlimited. There, I mean, you have a variety of ways to do something like that.
Same way we finance in every other capital outlay.
$2 million? Is
Spread her
that
over-
what it is?
Yeah, you're supposed to say,
Spread her over enough years, don't sound so bad.
it's gonna
Well, if we
be,
can get the 10 million that was in the original statement up there, we'd be set.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah.
But if you did that, you could incorporate a lot of the other building costs that aren't gonna need to happen then, because you're gonna start lacing things together, rather than trying to keep up all these old building sites.
So here's an illustration for you. Let's say that you chose to do it. Once it's built, he could move out of his current thing, and you could sell it to generate offsetting revenue. Depending on how big it is, the property across the street from it. I mean, so you have options like that, you know, depending on if this would suit the needs of replacing all of that. It may not, I don't know. But you could do a bond issue, you could.
Is there any of the construction we can do?
I think we could do the grade work on it and get that part done.
We couldn't do the labor, the actual construction.
No,
The only problem you have there is you're pulling off normal chores to do the,
Oh, okay, sure.
But is there, in the other building site, would it be, you know, are we gonna be able to get rid of any maintenance of other buildings? Like, where the weed and pest deal, can we move them somewhere? You know, can we get rid of a site by expanding and putting something in? Are we still gonna be maintaining basically all three sites?
Well, that's what I was looking at, everything would be on the same location.
So you're saying where you're at right now, then buildings could be done away with.
Well, I planned on keeping them, but you could do away with it. All you'd have to do is add another 30 feet to that building, and then you could do that. and there's room for that.
Or you could keep the old site for cold storage or whatever.
Is that what you're kind of thinking, cold storage on the old site, or what? I guess what's the reasoning of keeping the other?
Well, right now, even with, if you put this in addition to what we've got, we still don't house everything. So I would keep it right now unless you wanted to.
I guess what I'm saying is if you kept it, or you want to keep that building heated too,
I would, yeah, for wintertime purposes. 'Cause it's got water.
well, I mean, if we're here doing a wish list, to me, it doesn't make any sense to build this building. Keep up another building, keep all these, as you said, keep all these little buildings up. Add another 30 feet to this building, get rid of them so we could sell them lots in order to help fund
Yeah,
Or at
this,
least one of them.
or one lot at least.
Yeah, at least one of the building sites off, and, you know, we could keep two of them, you know. Because the maintenance, like, say you're gonna use it for cold storage for your trucks, but you want some heat and stuff in there, keep it so they were available all the time. That wouldn't be so bad, but when you start keeping up 3 sites, but, you know, just talking about a wish list, I agree with Luke, you know, if it comes to 30 or 50 feet more to make sure it's ample for, let's think about 20 years, let's not think about next week.
Right.
But it's possible to do like that. And I don't know, I was thinking out loud, I know Arlen's asked about storage of emergency management stuff. Maybe
So is the
that-
sheriff office.
You know, maybe that building could be utilized for that or something too.
You're talking this building?
No, the other one, the old building.
the one we're using now at the DOT, the old one.
Cause you don't need all the, it's not as large a scale as far as.
Doug,
But
what
they could
was,
maybe take the office part of it or something. Might be ample, you know, I don't know, I'm just throwing that out.
what were the other financing possibilities that you were starting in on
Yeah.
when you started talking about bonding?
Well, you have the authority to borrow money just like anybody else would. You know, and there's companies that specialize in doing government buildings by selling bonds.
Which are going up as we speak.
Yep.
Because the interest rates are going up.
Right. Well, it went up a quarter, 1%
Well,
from the Fed, but that translates into older numbers at lender.
but the Fed is saying they're gonna go up 4 more times.
Yeah.
I mean, before we meet next time almost. It's just outrageous what they're doing.
What about a room development or something like that?
Well, there's opportunities out there, and actually, we have somebody here that might shed some light on that too. I'm not an expert in financing, I just know what I've seen others do. I mean, if you really were serious about finding out, you would invite somebody who can speak to you that specializes in it.
Yeah.
I think we're capable of doing a 30-year note just like any other entity is, you know. It's just that we might find a bonding issue or something that'd be
Well, like we
cheaper.
have one right now in the hospital, so it's,
Our carryover's about 2, isn't it? Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Let's take 5 minutes.
I'm just gonna leave that around, so
Okay.
don't let Jeff say anything inappropriate.
Because I did see that where he's at. Undertaker. I know, the numbers could be wrong. Because of the date. But I went through all of the square miles and everything like that. But his job relates down to population. More people, the more he's.
You're Jared, right? I am. Okay, I know we've met before.
The numbers that I'm getting.
Yes.
This is what we
Yeah, he's
got.
gonna, I'm hoping I'm gonna be here at 3.
I was saying the population numbers may not be fair, because this is what I use, this is all I have. So that's what I use, but I think if the populations more likely went up in these bigger number ones. Right, so I call them, you know, it's like, you look at here, that's where his salary is getting stuff. There's 12,000 people he's looking at. It doesn't justify. But I just want them to know, because I'll keep these figures.
Yes. Yeah, keep them. You coming on?
Yeah.
We know tax.
I'll tell you. Myself.
I talked to your folks the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
No,
A lot of times keeping themselves, not doing anything.
You know, and they both drive their vehicles in too, separately. Right.
No, because I'm not quality for you. The one with the new name? So do you have any other stops on the way here?
I have a couple, loans to close after I get done here, so farther south, and then I go to the Energized training.
Yep.
In Fort Pierce, so.
You guys don't need governmental funding, do you?
We
I know we don't need it.
We don't necessarily, we've never really done a loan to like a county or anything. We've done to development corporations and things like that, but, that would be new territory to me, and I don't know if we would or not. I don't know. It'd be a question above my pay grade
Right.
at this point, so.
We do.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, I don't wanna get that deep in somebody's finances,
yeah,
find out I did it wrong.
I mean, I could find out for you guys if you wanna know at the end of the
You know,
day.
I'm sure they're gonna ask you, so if you wanna call and see if that's even an option to talk about.
I can definitely do that. Hey, Lori, I got a question for you. So the Han County folks down here are looking to put up like a shop.
and are wondering about financing, so they're asking for financing. I know we have done something like that to government agency that reserves that county level.
Oh, God, are we half done?
We kind of skipped around some of them there.
Do we need to talk about all this other stuff?
We did all that, I think.
I don't remember talking about that. I think we did.
He just went through them.
Oh, okay.
We didn't put dollars on it. So, to the sheriff.
What are we gonna do? Jared here from Gross South Dakota quick. While he's up there. They don't know what to ask, anything, but it's
Worse of that.
Okay.
it's not, we're there, Chief. Yeah, right. Jared, you wanna come up quick?
Absolutely.
What is this on?
Gross South Dakota.
They were on the agenda last month, but couldn't make it, or I scheduled it wrong, so he's here today, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but, I'm Jared Gross with Gross South Dakota. Thanks for taking the time. I won't bore you guys very much here, but, they have us always come out, to each of our counties that we service and ask you to remember us on budget day. We ask every county for $5,000 and that money, would stay in the county, obviously, and they go to emergency services, things like that. Emergency heat in the winter time, a new furnace, if somebody needs that.
What's
Things
our
like that.
current contribution?
1,000.
One.
We raised it either last year or the year.
So that's what those funds go to, directly to your county, to the folks in the county. But also, we want to let you guys know about the other programs that we have available that could obviously benefit the folks in the county here. We do housing. We have direct loans for housing. Maybe somebody can't get a loan at the bank because of credit score or something like that. We can maybe help those folks out. We have down payment programs that are available that somebody might not be able to afford a down payment or afford their closing costs, and we can come in and help them with that, so they can get bank financing. We are the sales rep for the governor's house in Kent County. We have home ownership education programs. That's a requirement that every bank out there has when you're a first-time home buyer. They'll make you go through that home ownership class, and that's a free service to folks.
If we wanted a governor's house, what's the waiting list?
It is what they're telling us is it's after you sign the purchase agreement, it's at least a year.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a little bit of a wait there, but we also have the weatherization program at the office, the furnace replacement program, the LEAP program is what it's called. But for those that are income qualified for that program, we can come help with that furnace.
Is it income qualified, or is it whether or not the housing is Section 8 housing? Or is it both?
So on the furnace program, you have to qualify income-wise. I know the weatherization, you have to be on fuel assistance to get that program. On the LEAP program, I'm not 100% sure if you have to be on the fuel assistance program to get that service, but I'm thinking you probably have to fit that qualification as well. So, we do, like I said, the weatherization, and then we do have other funds for replacing worn out roofs and siding, things like that. That's the FHLB program. Some programs obviously are income guidelines. You have to hit those income guidelines. Some others aren't. We also do business lending. Any business out there, whether it's a startup, existing business, we can look at doing business lending. The majority of the time, we try to find an existing lender that would partner on a loan with us. Sometimes they're not bankable, and we try to help that business become bankable. And hopefully by the time our loan's paid off, then they'll go to a local lender and everything. They can go through that local lender for that.
Where are you guys headquartered out of?
We are out of Sisseton. Sisseton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we have satellite offices, one's in Aberdeen, and one is in Langford.
How many counties in this part of South Dakota are participating?
So it gets a little bit confusing, and I'm halfway confused sometimes, but we have 3 different entities. NESCAP is our housing entity, and they can do 17 counties. NESDEC, which is our business lending, can do 22 counties. And then we have Grow South Dakota, which kind of encompasses everything, and we can go statewide with that program. And that's,
Do you render assistance in any county that isn't giving you money?
we do, and we, our services wouldn't shut off if the county didn't give us any funds. That's not, not at all what we're saying at all. We'll still come into the county and still be available there for anybody that needs help. So
How many counties participate roughly?
I would say about 70% give us some sort of funding.
Does the rest come from the state?
So there's some private funds, that's been revolved funds. There are some federal funds. There are some state funds as well.
Did you guys participate in any of our Governor House development in Hand County?
Yes, Jim Becker, he's our sales rep that goes out and meets everybody. Yeah, Jim is the one that deals mainly with the governor's.
Did you guys do 2 of our last 3?
I believe so. I believe that Jim sells all the houses down in this area. So,
Who's your contact in Hand County? Do they get hold of economic development?
Yeah, we talked to the economic development folks and on the business side and on the housing side of things.
What's the baseline cost on the governor's house these days?
3-bedroom, I think it's right around 60, 59, something or other. That obviously doesn't include the foundation or lots or anything, digging in.
That seems cheap.
And then I think the 2-bedroom, I think is right around 54. And I could be off a couple $1,000.
Are they still all coming out of Springfield?
Still all coming out of Springfield, and it's kind of weird because you'd think that it would slow down a little bit with the rising costs because the house is going up too. But we've been busier this year than probably since I got there in 2004. So.
Labor costs there probably stay consistent, don't they?
Yeah, labor costs, yeah.
They don't have trouble finding employees.
And then the last thing that I would want to say is we're partners with the Small Business Development Center, and like I said, we partner with community banks and other development corporations such as ourselves. So, did you have any questions about anything that we offer or do or anything like that? All 3 entities are overseen by a board, and we do. Tammy Caffey from Hand County is on our NESDEC board, or NESCAP board. So.
If you guys do one insulation job in Hand County, we've got our money's worth, haven't we?
Very much so.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like much of a contribution that we're making.
That was part of the reason we raised it a couple of years ago.
What had it been? 500?
500.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, it prevents, not as a rule, but instead of people coming to me as a welfare officer asking for energy assistance and stuff like that. So it's a huge value for what we contribute to it.
Very beneficial program for a lot of these old houses in Hand County.
Yeah, it looks like last year, 2021, and this is a total between everything we do and the things that I told you about, but right around 600,000 went into the county. So just with different business lending and housing lending and down payments and weatherization and everything like that. So.
Let's see, we got our money's worth.
And then I did ask the question, I know you guys were visiting about your shop building and whatnot. On the financing part, and this might not interest you, but you guys can reach out if you want to later on. But I talked to my executive director, and we've never done funding for a county on a loan side of things. But she said she would look at the regulations that we have in place with some of the different monies that we have available, to see if that's even a possibility, so we can, if you guys want to reach out, we can let you know on that if that's something that you guys want to explore, so.
Interesting.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate the time, guys. Thank you.
Shane is actually up next, I think, is he?
They're in Deadwood. So basically, I'll put him on a future agenda to discuss in detail, but his budget proposal was turned in yesterday. So I don't know how many of you know, but all the stuff that's highlighted in yellow, the stuff that came after I released the agenda. So Greg and I have talked about, this is the stuff I need, like, last week.
Yeah, because it's not good when it comes in this late.
No.
For us to.
Nobody gets to research.
Right. No research.
So his request in the sheriff's budget alone is up 40,000 from last year, and the jail it only went up $500. He hasn't submitted anything for 24/7, but honestly, 24/7 is theoretically self-supporting. It doesn't impact any other budgets. So we'll just move him to a different agenda.
Okay.
In the future. Now, veteran service, I did that because historically I can't get Dave to do it. But all I changed there was the 3% percent. His expenses are pretty well fixed. He has a subscription to the job. He doesn't pay home bill or anything anymore, so.
We're still splitting that with Hyde County,
Yep,
and that's been working okay.
yeah, no glitches at all.
Good.
None. And then Arlen left, but going back to the topic about capital projects, Ty had a question, or I don't know, an idea. And then Jeff talked about Arlen and Shane using that other building that he can't functionally use, but does. So that's in the mix too. But Ty, do you want to talk to him about the thoughts that you have on the Rebel site?
Well, me and Jeff were just talking about maybe putting a building out there, a little bit taller, and maybe like a payloader for future use or something like that. And then, we also talked about like any fencing project to get fence around the new area. So I think they have that in the budget as far as how much that's gonna cost. And then, we talked about selling black dirt to pay for some of this, the black dirt from the new site. And then maybe as far as capital projects, as far as building the building, and we figured like a 30 by 50 at $100. But so that'd be, $150,000.
It'd just be cold storage or would it be a heated building?
Well, we have it, it'd be turnkey, open, heated,
Should be heated, you should have water in there.
yeah, and plumbing.
Pressure wash that lower goes out. It really should be kept inside in the wintertime for sure. There should be a building out there in my opinion.
But that was just an idea to bring up to you.
I always thought there should be a building out there too, but we're supposed to be moving to a new site in the last 5-6 years. It didn't really make sense. But when we move to this new site, do you have any idea how many years we'll spend there at this new site?
We should be able to go for another at least 50 years probably.
Ty, have you gotten your new hours to Miller Press? Because I've gotten several inquiries and people are confused about when it's open and when it's not.
We didn't put it in the press.
But we asked you to, didn't we? Didn't we ask you to put a clip in, clip out in Miller Press?
We just figured it was too expensive to save. I mean, as far as we have it on Facebook, we have it on a board out there that they know when the summer hours are. We were just trying to save a little bit of money as far as not.
I could have sworn they asked you to put the paper.
I thought we did too.
Yeah.
that we were gonna-
Jan's recollection was that we had asked for that also. Doug's too. Because I've had 3 people ask me, why isn't that place open? I said, I don't know anything about what the hours are.
Had a couple asked me about the summer hours and I don't understand how there's so much confusion, but it seems that there is.
Well, I think people
I've had
take
people-
that it's not open every weekend. That's what I'm getting.
It is open every weekend.
Okay, they say it isn't.
Every Saturday.
It's not during the winter.
I'm talking
Not
about,
during the winter.
Not in the winter, but now for the summer, it's gonna
Yeah,
be.
all summer long, it's every Saturday.
Okay. I think he ought to put something in the paper.
It's,
What's a little
it's,
ad cost?
Let's do a clip and sand, so somebody can stick it on their fridge, so they know.
and I've handed out plenty of, or I've got the schedule on a sheet of paper and I've handed it out to everybody that's come in.
Okay,
So they have my summer hour schedule right there on them.
Just call Jan and have it put in there sometime in the next week or whatever.
All right.
What are the summer hours? I mean, you're on Facebook. right?
Tuesday through Saturday.
Give her,
Tuesday through
just
Saturday.
give her a
Hours?
sheet.
I don't have
What, are they
that.
7 o'clock to 5 o'clock or
Tuesday, 7:30 to 3:30.
7:30 to 3:30?
Wednesday,
No lunch hour.
no,
Okay.
Wednesdays, 8:30 to 7:30. Thursday's the same.
Okay.
And Friday's 8:30 to 6:30.
Okay.
And Saturday's 8:30 to 4:30.
She probably can't get it off the website, so maybe you better give her what your
I looked at
sheet
his
is.
Facebook page, it's not on his Facebook page, because I wanted to use it. I looked at it.
Anyway, give her one of your, make sure you give her one of the sheets, so they match.
Don't want them to match.
I did have.
I will make sure that it gets to him.
You guys need that then?
Eventually, we'll have to come back.
Okay.
On a Saturday.
I do think that's a, if we're gonna be at this new site for that amount of time, it's better to have a building there on site sooner than later. You know, the sooner you get it, the more use you get out of it over the next 40 years, you know. But
And that's just a rough estimate on the building. I mean, I talked to a few people and, they put up a shed for, 42,000, but that was 4 years ago, so probably double that. But that's with, it's insulated, heated, or with a, like a wash bay or something to clean it, and like big enough to have like, for future use, like a payloader or something else out there.
If we ever get roped into recycling, we may need some shelter.
Yeah, get, bins put out there for, would help for like electronics or something. Cause that's a big thing, people wanna get rid of electronics. But I'm not supposed to have electronics, like TVs, cause it's got the lead and stuff in them.
What are you supposed to do with them? They won't take them.
Throw them in the garbage.
Yep.
Yep,
He'll take that stuff?
if you can get it in a bag, he'll take it.
You can get it in there.
I shouldn't say that.
He doesn't want it, but he's supposed to take it, and then that goes right to a landfill, so.
Pier is an acceptable spot, but they like to segregate it, so like, Aberdeen also has an area for electronics that's segregated from the rest.
I did not know that.
I'm not gonna drive them along.
I don't know,
Tube type TV to Aberdeen just to segregate.
yeah, I don't know if Karen's got one or not. Did
I didn't see them on the website.
I don't think Karen had one.
Thanks for getting those hours to Jan. That'll help a lot.
yeah, make sure she gets a copy the same as what you're handing out.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep,
Okay,
auditor stuff.
so
Thank you.
thanks,
Next time.
if I go too fast, give me the brakes. So these are all of the budgets, well, not all of them, but these are the budgets that I'm responsible for. And so the first one is elections. Of course, next year's gonna be an off election year, so I reduced it. But what I did is I budgeted 10,200 in case we have a special election, somebody refers an item or something of that nature. Now, after I did this, I got to thinking, now that hopefully you guys have a better understanding of the contingency budget, we could really bring that down even more. And then if we do have an election, we could cover it out of contingency. And so I want you to think about that, because that isn't an option. Because really, the only recurring fees that we have in these off years are maintenance for the equipment. And that's maybe a couple $1,000.
What kind of a special election are you envisioning?
If somebody refers some item to us, or if you try to do a bond issue and it goes to a vote, then we have to pay for that.
I don't remember the last time we ever had one.
somebody does a recall election on one of us? One of you? I guess I'm not subject to recall, you guys aren't. So, we've had, there's special election folders in there for a variety of things. Polo School District was one of them, the Polo Fire District was another. Okay,
You want to discuss election workers, how are you coming with getting them lined up?
well, I wasn't gonna do anything until that whole, you mean the normal ones, the
Yeah.
accounting board?
Well, the normal ones.
The normal ones? Well, 6 out of 18.
Doug and I had a little discussion about whether he's having after going from 8 precincts to 5, and now we're having trouble getting election poll workers together.
Yeah.
I've
only got 6 confirmed out of 18 spots.
And I asked him, I said, should the commissioners maybe get out and beat the bushes in their own districts and say, hey, we need somebody to work these elections?
Probably half of them feel endangered.
Moving along with that. Okay, the next budget I have is the judicial budget. This pays for events like if we have a trial. And then this is another one where I thought, well, I could stick $20,000 in there and we wouldn't spend it. And then I thought, well, some of this we used to pay for the sound system, so this year's falsely inflated to reflect that. So that's another one. I mean, if you needed to bring that number down, and then we would react to that event instead of planning for it, it never happens, okay? So then the next one that I have,
I am kind of in favor of that instead of planning for fictitious events, And, they're either an event or they're not an event. That's what we said.
and that's the purpose of the contingencies, those unexpected expenses that pop up through a year. And then the next one is court-appointed attorneys, and I did raise this because consistently we're seeing more and more with court-appointed attorneys. Their rate went up, they're able to charge per case, so if they're charged with 6 misdemeanor tickets, they get 6 times the money. So yeah, that.
What's the hourly now, Doug? Is it over 100?
Yes, like
Is it?
108.
Is it?
Yep. And they get it during travel and mileage. So,
Still a bargain compared to hiring a mechanic.
the abused and neglected, this one normally runs around $750 for a budgeted item, but these prices went up as well. And so, for example, if we have one child who is the victim of child abuse or being neglected, and they appoint an attorney to represent that child, $750 isn't gonna cover much of any activity to cover the child. So I just put that one up to $1,500. So if you're inclined to take the other down, this $1,500 isn't gonna have a huge impact overall.
But Doug, even that, on all of these that you got here, if we don't budget enough, we're gonna take it out of the contingency. So,
It ain't life or death or anything. We got the
No,
money.
right, so I mean, it's,
But it's still budgeting for a
Still budgeting.
fictitious.
yeah,
Fictitious
so
event.
what I'm saying is, couldn't we just run them at,
Yes.
as warranted? Or how, I don't know how to say
At
this.
0?
At 0, and then if it happens, it automatically goes out of the contingency.
Well, I think we're gonna have expenses out.
Well, the court-appointed attorneys, they're gonna be there. I mean, you just as well budget money for that.
Right, because there used to be this theory that, oh, God, it's like a sin to have to supplement a budget or transfer out of contingency. And then after talking to folks at legislative audit, they're like, that's what it's for.
Yeah.
Right.
And so this mystique that, oh, God, you don't want to do that.
But would they rather see something in each one of these lines rather than a 0 in the line?
They've never expressed an opinion in that.
So that's not a problem. Other than the court-appointed attorneys,
Well, the predatory animal control, that's set by statute.
right.
So we don't have to worry about that one because they tell us what we have to pay.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
all
a
right.
joke.
I'm all right with historical though, average, like a
We
historical
could just
average
do whatever
is
that.
750 over the last 10 years, like for the children's deal.
Yeah.
If it runs over that, we'll take care of it.
Right.
But I have no problem with the historical average. I think that's a good way to handle it.
Well, if you're all in agreement, then I'll change those to that.
Just to the
The
historic.
5-year average.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that sounds good. Good. I think so.
All right, so that would apply to the care for the poor. I just left that where it is. The social services, I haven't budgeted anything for social services since they pulled out of the office downstairs. So I don't, honestly, at some point, I'm gonna ask you just to remove that, because I don't see what we're gonna do that again. The health nurse went down based on what we're paying right now, and we have contracts for that, for both leasing the building and the service, so that's pretty stable. The mental health, I didn't change that at all, that's a relatively low number to begin with. And honestly, if you have 3 trips to the human services center, that gets gobbled up pretty quick, because we have to pay the county mental health board for their services, and that usually runs at least $1,000 to $2,000 per client. And domestic abuse is,
Can I ask you something on that real quick?
yes,
If they go to Sioux Falls to that mental health facility rather than Yankton, I think there are circumstances under which that's a requirement, correct? Does
a
Yankton,
requirement for the
for
different
the,
facility,
yeah,
only if the Yankton's facility is full.
is that the only
Or if
circumstance?
they don't have enough beds, full isn't the right term.
Okay, I thought there were some categories of mental illness, alleged mental illness that went there first, but maybe not. Okay,
I think you reported on that a while back here. If they wouldn't be accepted in Yankton, they automatically transfer to Sioux Falls. And we have no control over that.
No,
if that happens, does Yankton's board then step in for us?
no, that's why we pay Lincoln County.
So it is Lincoln County, okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we're on our own once they transfer them. I mean, we don't know what that's gonna
Right.
be.
Yeah, most of the time, we don't even know that it occurred until we get a bill.
Okay,
The tax incremental financing is the Miller Terminal, that's fixed by that whole creative thing, so that doesn't change a great deal. The only increase is because of the incremental, or not the incremental, but the CPI impacts the levy. And then the American Rescue Plan Act, those are gonna be transfers once we get that all ironed out and that process is set. So there's really no work to do on that. Tiffany hasn't changed the coroner's budget, her operational side is the same. And now, it's Fatai. But he wanted to talk about the fencing thing. He hasn't turned in anything to me, but he's got it in his hand. So I don't know if he's still in the hallway or if he split.
I don't know if he's not seeing out there, but.
Maybe he thought he talked about everything. Did he have a?
there.
Okay, well, we'll just add him to the next meeting.
I would.
All right, so here's Doug's blunder of the day. I didn't advertise the budget hearing. So we can't do part of this, but we can do the transfers. So this budget hearing up here will not happen, but this budget transfer, this is from the general fund transfers to the rural access infrastructure, which is the small structures for the townships. We paid a consultant to do some work there, and that consultant was Altic Engineering. And so what I would like to do is to cover the overage and then also transfer up to 25,000. The reason I'm saying up to is if we have more expenses this year, then I won't have to come back and ask, but I won't exceed that 25,000.
What's
So-
rural access infrastructure?
It's a special funding program that came through the legislature so that structures that aren't covered by Jeff's department,
Township,
but
primarily.
go to townships, have a funding source, because otherwise, it's hard for a township to all of a sudden recover from a box culvert collapse. They just don't have the funds sitting around.
Okay,
So it's a grant program based on them meeting certain criteria, and they have to have an opt-out, and then, is it and or, Jack? The road and bridge,
One or the other.
one or the other?
You're gonna have the, road improvement tax on their township or an opt-out to qualify for it.
So not all townships qualify, because we don't have 100% taking one of those programs.
Who makes the decision on that when they submit something? That we do? Okay.
And we,
Are you part of that? Not the decision part, are you?
You know, that's something that probably come to me and will end up here.
So kind of come to you with questions and plans and then,
The creators are making an application, which I haven't seen yet. Have you seen an application yet? They wanted to make a standardized application, so I haven't seen it yet.
I would move.
I talked to him at the Oahe District meeting in Highmore. When was that, last fall?
Yes, it was.
And they were talking about you had to have either an opt-out in place, or you had to be using that road improvement tax or road maintenance tax at 50 cents per thousand revaluation.
Which nobody does except for how many townships?
Well, our township does.
Yeah, yours, but nobody else does, do they?
Well, we have
On which one? The road bridge?
Road maintenance tax.
There's like 7 new ones.
Oh, are there?
There are 23.
But anyway, I said, so is there a minimum amount to the opt-out? I said, if they're taxing the whole township at 50 cents per thousand, but they can qualify with an opt-out for $500, I said, how is that equitable in any way, shape, or form? And they're like, never thought of that. So, our legislators in here maybe they're figuring this thing out as they go, but there was 6 million originally approved, 3 million went to getting this thing set up. The next 3 million was to be distributed to townships. And then it's what, 10 million a year? No?
Yeah.
10 million a year, I think, is what they're appropriating now for it. So there will be some decent funding there for townships to fix some of these problems that they've traditionally come to the county for.
you wanna do these individually
No, you can do them collectively.
as one transfer?
Yeah, so the very first one, I didn't elaborate on that. That's that moving of $500,000 from general fund to road and bridge for projects. And then the second one is the rural access grant. The third is to transfer from M&P for the copier, but I got a question out whether we can just pay that out of M&P without having to transfer. So you can still approve it as an option, and if we don't have to use it, we won't. And then the last one is the law library, and that's to move funds into law library from the judicial budget, because they're separate funds, to cover the balance of the sound system, which was that $10,052.
I move for the transfers requested, budget transfers outlined.
Are you gonna add that up till 25,000?
Yeah.
I will second.
Have a motion and a second to do the transfer. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, the next item is the budget modification. And the reason this is called a modification is because it's within the general fund, within the 421 activity, but it's moving funds from one line within it to another. It's just a formality, so it's not changing the actual amount of money that was budgeted to that. It just changes the balance so that we're not running in the red paying the rent and running along the other side. So what I would ask to do is to reduce the 422 line by 7,200 and then go and increase the 424 line by the same amount.
Can we do it by consensus?
I think it'd be better to do it by motion, since the only cost is the ink on the paper.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to make that modification, or those modifications. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, so that takes us back to Jeff with road and bridges. And this is a discussion about debt service fund, and then we already touched on the rural access infrastructure transfer.
Did you take care of your transfers or your budget supplements from the 2 lines?
From up high?
Nurses,
Here.
no, nurses, professional services.
That's the one we just did. That's the modification.
That adds up to the 7,200.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So on the debt service line, I spoke briefly with Doug a little bit. We got records on all of our equipment, purchase price and indirect and direct costs and repairs. What we don't really have is the replacement cost analysis. So when we talked, I was gonna go ahead and get a hold of Ultra and see if they had some kind of program that would help us figure that out, so we know where our debt service line should be. Whether we're at about 160 now, maybe it needs to be 260, or maybe we can get it down, but, which is impossible. But anyway,
I remember when it was well over that.
yeah, it has been.
Yeah.
So,
Well, early on there, you know, everybody was saying, boy, it's, well, what a great time for this used machinery, to bring as much as you gave for it. But the thing they forget about is it costs twice to replace it. The difference is what we need to know there. You know, so we can plan for it. It has nothing to do with what the old is worth. The old is worth what you can work out of it. You know. The replacement is a huge dollar deal, you know. It ain't getting any better.
no, so
We've been kind of lucky though. You've been a pretty good purchasing agent for us over the last few years. So
we've done okay.
our trucks and stuff, we've done pretty good so far.
So, but anyhow, like, I guess that's where we left that. I'm gonna try and see if we can find out some kind of replacement cost on this equipment, so we got a better idea where, and I don't know, that's a lot of crystal ball.
It's the best guess.
That's pretty
Yeah,
much.
but it's doable because when I worked
think
with
that-
John Deere, we grow whole farms. I mean, it was 11 pieces of equipment or more. And then you get a discount if you grow the whole farm. And there was a program for rolling that whole farm to new, you know, off of what their old inventory was. It's out there. I mean, that product is out there to help you.
I can't imagine if they don't have something.
Oh, yeah, it's out there.
So often, the rural access, like, I get, a letter from here, they have the inventory complete, they sent out a data sheet that they want reviewed, and after that, it has to be in by the end of the month, and then I think they're gonna decide who gets allocated what. So they're getting close.
So the reason that impacts you guys is he needed to prepare an expenditure budget for those, but also we don't know what we're getting and we don't know who's gonna apply for it. And so
It's more or less a pass-through for us, isn't it? I
it
mean,
is.
we don't really get anything out of it other than increased infrastructure in our county.
Right.
But we're not seeing any of the funds other than just run through. And you're not really involved in the implementation of those, are you? Or are you?
In a weird kind of way.
Yeah, you know,
It's like we're supposed to have a crystal ball, but somebody painted it black.
I should put that in the paper. Those reactions.
In a weird kind of way.
we probably do a lot of replacement. Yes, for different townships.
You don't have to though.
Probably
If they
don't
apply
have
for
to.
enough money, they can hire it.
In actuality, they should be doing that because that should be going to the private sector. if
It should
possible.
be.
If all possible, that should be going to the private sector instead of us out there going, we have other work to do that we need to get done. If they absolutely can't get nobody to privately do that work, then it would fall on us, but it shouldn't unless they just can't get nobody. There's people out there trying to make a living doing that work, and we're not supposed to be taking that away from them.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Because they said that the only time that we should be, and this is legislative audit, is when we have something we can exchange with the party. There's very little that townships can offer us in exchange.
But there's very little of that work they can do on their own, and I totally understand that. But I also understand there's people in that business out there that will do that work, you know, and want to work.
Right.
So the best I can tell you on that is if we learn something between now and when at the end, the beauty of it is it's a special fund, so it doesn't have an impact on anything else except itself. So we can deal with it then without a huge consequence. So even if we set the expenditure budget at zero, I mean, like I said, the mystique of doing these transfers,
There's no chance of us getting those dollars and then not getting all utilized somehow. What would we do?
We don't have to worry.
I can't imagine that happening, but.
you know, luckily we won't have to worry about that.
But the one thing I want to reiterate there, and I would like to say this again, is the easiest thing in the world is just call Jeff and have him do it. And that really is the way it's supposed to be done. If these townships got this work, it should be opened up, people should know about it. But I understand the easiest way is just call the county and ask them to do it. That's easy peasy, but that is not the way it should be done. Because it just creates a lot of extra work for our county guys, and then they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And there's people that see that and talk about
I
that.
know what you do it all the time.
And it's nice that we're able to help them and that kind of stuff. But they may have to wait another 10 days or 2 weeks and have that private guy come get it done. You know, we end up having to hire a private guy to do some of our stuff. And it'd be nice if we didn't have to, but at times we're not capable of getting it done. But anyway, I just want to make that point that the townships need to be calling their local construction people. Okay, I'm done with that rant.
It's a good one, though. I agree.
It is.
One other thing, there's a workshop in Pier, June 30th. But I have my permission to go to that.
June
I
3rd or
agree.
3rd.
30.
I might be,
I don't have a problem with
No.
Just a one-day deal.
Sure, yes.
That's a consent, yes.
Consent, yeah.
Can't keep this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
I don't know, do you guys have anything for your work, Greg? I couldn't think of anything that was hanging that wasn't elsewhere on the agenda.
Do we have, what else we got left?
that's Sweetland abatement.
Yes, we have an abatement.
That's just standard, there's just a mistake that was made there, right?
It's absolutely ministerial on our part.
Yes, I move that we agree to the abatement. The refund of the $23, whatever it is.
it.
Charged as a municipal tax, and it's not the municipality, it's not about what happened.
Yeah, and it's centrally assessed out of Pier.
Yes,
Yeah, it should have never been in our books.
I move that we approve the application for abatement presented by Sweetland in the amount of $23.50, as it was erroneous.
Did we deal with that from Will on the Pearson Harris?
Yes,
I think it's still coming.
You need a
No, we
second.
did that.
Jump past it.
we did it.
I'll second Jim's motion.
A motion and a second.
I'll abstain.
Pardon?
I'll abstain from that vote. But
From,
the Sweetland vote.
Sweetland. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Motion carried.
What we did, we skipped over the custodian part.
Yeah. But I didn't know.
We did the.
We kinda did it.
Yeah.
Right.
We approved the,
Because the rest is
Engineering.
just informational.
That was
Right.
important.
I do have something for the work period, but if we got stuff to finish up, we can go do that first.
This would be a good segue.
yeah, it'll be all right to do it now, I think.
For
What
the
do you-
work period.
Yeah, sure.
I asked Doug this, our total funding, and we're not gonna act on any of this because it wasn't in there, it's just during our work period, because it's something I wanted to think about. But our rebel site, is being taken part in, and I think the demand is there because everybody keeps calling, wanting to open more and stuff. I wonder about the percentage of use, like countywide versus just the city to that rebel site. And, Doug was gonna look up some figures there, because, I never understood, one tax entity helping the other, but say there is 60% of that rebel site's used by the city of Miller and 40%,
75 or more.
okay?
Everybody's got their burn pits out in the country.
Right. But that being the case, I don't see any problem with asking the city to help us fund that.
Well, there's no problem with asking, but they could tell us no, because it's not a statutory obligation of the city.
Yeah,
It is a statutory obligation of the county.
I understand that. But our statutory obligation is to run it, but we have no statutory obligation to give them any money.
No, we have a statutory obligation to provide a rubble site. In the
Exactly,
county.
I understand that. But we're giving them money. We could ask them for money too.
Why are we letting them on?
Where we give it,
Where are we giving them money?
Ham County do that.
That's not a
It's a
city.
separate-
That's a
City.
separate, two separate things.
Have nothing to do with the city.
Oh, we write the check right straight to the.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. But still, the fact is, the usage of this and the people that are paying for it, if we're gonna have it open more and want it open more, I don't see any problem with asking them to participate.
I think we've got it open. I think he's doing a fantastic job out there. It's open more now than it ever has been.
And that's what we want.
And that's what we wanted, and that's what he's done. I think, I think we're providing the service. It asks, by statutory, we have to have a rubble site. It does not say, we can have a rubble site that's only open one day a month,
Right.
and we fall within the parameters.
All I'm
So what I'm saying is, I don't think we need to, I think he's doing a good job running it. I get where you're coming from, Gib.
We're
Yeah.
supposed to absorb all the loss, no matter who's using it.
Right.
Why can't we ask them to participate?
We can ask them.
Didn't we, part of my thought anyways is the city is part of the county still, so.
Right, sure.
All those residents are part of the county.
They all
Paying taxes just like everyone else.
County will.
But didn't we talk about if the city paid for some of that, wasn't there some conflict of what was happening with dumping things or?
I think, all I know is through the statute that the county has to provide it, or we have to provide a service to take care of it. We can ask them, but
All I'm saying is when you add a revenue, and whenever you add an expense, you should be adding revenue somewhere if you're gonna pay for it. And usage is the way, and I don't know, we've talked about raising the rates, and we did some of that. But if consistently we're running in the hole all the time, I don't see no problem with asking them to take part. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, that's why I just brought it
Well,
up.
we can certainly.
we can ask them. The worst they're gonna say is no.
Yeah.
But I think, as far as I'm concerned, it's open more than it ever was. And I think he's doing a good job, and I don't care however you said it. There's always gonna be someone upset about, they drove out there and the gate was closed. And whether they don't go on the website and look, or just drive out there, it's posted on the board out there. I could see if you were someone coming in from out of town, landowner or a resident, and drives in 30 miles and thinking it was open and not. Yeah, I could see that's gonna be a detriment, but most of them people that are gonna drive that far, they're gonna call and make sure it's open before they take off.
That thing is like so many, county services that we provide. People want more availability, they want more service, they want things done better without any increase in taxes. And so
And we all know it's open twice as much as it was a year ago.
I think the historic fact about that that's just absolutely amazing is that when they passed that law in the legislature, it said that counties had the responsibility of providing for their county a rubble site. There was a tilt in the legislature at that time that was decidedly rural. The strength of the votes in both the House and the Senate were rural-based because there was a lot more rural population 30 years ago. How did they ever get that through? In other words, they let the cities use the county's dumps and force the counties and most of its rural residents to pay for it. How'd they ever get that through the legislature?
Okay, bad idea.
No, not at all. I don't think it's a bad idea. I agree with you. I think it's fine. We should ask them.
I'm done.
We got some people out there that want to hear.
I don't know. Is anyone coming? Oh,
Yeah,
all right, we do.
I'm trying to get our 4 o'clock online here.
What do we have it for?
Golden West Technologies.
So do we want to wait for that? You got anything else to talk? A few 15 minutes? Done that you had in
Well, just the timeline for elections there. And then the decluttering, I have those 2 items. They're lists, are they in your folder, Greg? Otherwise I'll open them up here. I sent this around, this is a shared document, and I asked people to put on their telephone and copier equipment. So this is a list of telephones from the old Android system. Now, not everybody participated, but it's a pretty good list. So what I would ask is that you declare these items as surplus. Honestly, I don't think they'll sell if we put them on the website. I think that we should just discard them. None of them there are worth anything.
But you need
Trouble
some,
side, don't take them.
I know.
I'll make the motion, we declare them surplus.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to declare those items surplus. All those in favor, aye.
But
Both same
not
sign.
declared surplus, but not subject to our surplus.
To be discarded.
Okay, to be discarded. Let's add those words.
And then the same thing, we had 2 people, or we had 1 department respond with 2 old printers that both are inoperable, so those would also, I would request.
Can we make
I'll
that
make
part of
that
the same?
motion.
Second,
To be discarded.
to be discarded. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, what we tried to do is just peel the plastic off of the thing, give it to Ty and throw the electronics in the dumpster. So, kind of screwed up way of doing business, but.
Another thing, we need to appraise these, cans.
That's right.
The what?
I wanted to do an appraisal of these ballot boxes, but if everybody I've asked so far is interested in buying them, so they can't be appraisers. So are there 3 among you that do not?
I don't want one.
I don't want one.
You don't?
No.
Okay, so if the 3 of you would be kind enough to appraise the value of said boxes.
$20 a piece.
I'll go along.
Sounds fair.
$20?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
I like making decisions.
That didn't take long. I like your appraisal.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I started one.
You appraise land the same way.
That's why I started one auction.
Should we deal with this election matter that Jim has brought before us too?
It's gonna take.
I don't think there's time.
Oh,
There is, I don't know that I see that on here though. The fireworks,
That was in.
That was in the original consent.
was that in the consent? Okay.
Back to election discussion, Doug, at what point, do you want us to, without beat the bushes for election workers, if you're really gonna have?
I would say just start visiting with people and see if they have an interest.
Okay.
where are we at now?
They're right down here, the golden list. That's, I'm assuming that's
So hopefully we'll get this to work.
right down here.
Okay.
Cybersecurity data protection.
Okay. That's not scheduled till 4. Who said it's 4? 4. It's 10.
Okay, there's Eric.
It's scheduled for 4, so.
It's like 10 4.
I think it'll take 10 minutes.
Eric, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, let me turn my speaker up here. Try it again.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes, I sure can.
All right, I couldn't resolve the issue with the video, so we can see you, but you can't see us.
Welcome to the last 2 years of my meeting, Mike.
There you go. So you're before the county commissioners here in Han County, and I was hoping you could just review what you and I had talked about. And if we find vulnerabilities in our IT system, how you can help us fix that.
Absolutely. So before I start, if I were to share my screen, you guys be able to see that very well?
We should be able to, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna do that here before I start talking.
Is that too loud or not loud?
Plenty loud.
Plenty loud?
In my opinion, it is.
All right, you guys can see my screen there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, we did, when was it? That was a few weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We wanted to share some insights. Insights, just little tidbits of information that we think can help organizations yourselves, because we do work with other successful organizations. Be better, let's call them, not better, transition into more of a proactive approach to supporting, maintaining, and securing that technology. And so, why are we doing that? Really, it's because when you look at risk, we're going to focus on cyber risk for the purpose of this, kind of what we do. But there's also risk of business disruption. Really, they kind of go hand in hand. If you have a cyber event, there's a service delivery issue for your citizens. With that, also what you see is kind of like an iceberg. You know? The real threats that lie underneath, the most common threat out there to organizations is still malware. And it's brought on by the users. For the most part anymore, you as the standard user on your network, you're going to be the reason that there is some type of disruption, an event, whatever it may be. And really only 14% of what's classified as a small, medium-sized business is effective at mitigating that risk. And that's where you want to be. You want to proactively mitigate any cyber risk that you have. That way, you obviously decrease your chances that something happens. But if something does happen, you're limiting, you're containing the impact of that type of event. So understanding that your users, even me as a user here at Global West, I am a threat to the organization. Everything that we do proactively is to identify those gaps. So some of them, and I kind of listed our top 9 here. You're looking at firewalls, antivirus, spam filter, firewalls, both hardware and software firewalls. Admin rights are a big one. For years, and when I was a technician, I had what's called local administrator rights on my laptop. I can install, run, do whatever I want on that machine. Well, that's good. That means I'm very productive as an employee. But it also means that if I unintentionally download a piece of malware or bring it into the network through like an email attachment, that machine now has my credentials stored in it with full access from so anything it wants, whether I know it or not, like a malware would do. So by allowing myself to have local admin rights, which I voluntarily took away about 5 years ago, yes, I can't install certain programs without allowing privilege. I have to contact internal IT, it takes 5 minutes. So I lost 5 minutes of productive time, but you know what? I've decreased my chance that I can unintentionally install a piece of malware. Even if I do have it installed, accidentally of course, you know, the Windows firewall is going to stop that lateral spread of the virus up and down. Looking at things like user account control, passwords, password management. You know, those are very big things that me as a user. My credentials are very important. It's key to what I have access to here at Global West on our systems. I have access to quite a bit in my role. A lot of PII type of information. I've got access to network passwords for 50 plus clients that we work with. A lot of information. I want to make sure it does not ever become compromised. So I looked at passwords. Big one I looked at there was, am I using the same password? Yes, I was using the same password. That's very, very poor practice. Best practice, you have a unique password for everything that you're using. Every system you log into, every website you log into. Reason for that is if you do have some credentials that are, say, compromised, they're out there exposed on the web, the dark web, wherever it may be, it's only valid for that one website, not everything you go to. And if I'm changing those passwords, I have to change my passwords for everything every 90 days. It's for really only 10, 12 different systems that I can do that for me. Something I've managed and worked through. But even if, again, then I do have a compromised credential, really it's only good for 90 days. The cool thing about just these 9 service areas is you can control almost all of them through a Windows server, Active Directory server. So we can set a policy here and it's going to propagate down to all of the users that you have on the network. Good way to reduce effort on your end to implement and manage and maintain. But then you can improve. You can check some boxes, say for cybersecurity insurance, that I attest I have removed local admin rights from all these users. I attest that I've implemented multi-factor authentication for remote access for all my users. It's a very easy way to go in and check these boxes for things like cybersecurity insurance. Now, what we do with our core technology leadership clients is it's a 90-day attestation of about 88 different security standards. That also impacts staff productivity and opportunity for growth within any organization. Like I said, it's not just about reducing cyber risk versus disruption. We're focused on that big 90-day recurring cadence viewpoint of how are your staff being as productive as they can, and how are you reducing as much risk as possible. With me so far on these?
Yes.
Excellent. Then I started to talk about that 90-day cadence. We started out 2.5 years ago, just before COVID, doing a quarterly review with our clients, more structured around standards. Standards are yes, no questions, again, that impact risk, productivity, and opportunity. And as the landscape has changed and evolved over time, and we added to that standard, like I said, we're about 84, 88 standards depending on the client right now, looking to incorporate about another dozen in the next 90 days as we sit down with our standards committee review. You know, this is what we call risk mitigation. This proactive effort, putting these security standards in place ahead of time to limit our threat exposure as well as the actual impact if something were to happen. It is about building layers, stacked on layers, stacked on layers, because with security there is never a magic bullet. You know, the closest thing we can get to right now is that multi-factor authentication, which cyber insurance carriers are requiring now. Those are table stakes. That's going to help again with that. 85% of every event happens because of malware, because of the user, because of what they have access to. So we're focused on building all of these layers. You know, it is especially in the beginning, it's a solid effort to get somebody up to basically what is our average score of 80% alignment right now. Most new organizations come to us in that 50 to 60% overall score range, which means they've done something to mitigate risk. There's more they can do by stack those layers, because all of that effort, it really does outweigh the cost of any downtime, hit your public image, posting you're gonna have to make, potentially, if it's a lot of PII that has been breached. What is that, say, credit monitoring that your organization have to pay for ongoing before those people whose information has been breached? Look at it this way, left of boom, right of boom. I'm not happy that I get to tell this story, but I went about 7 years not going to see the dentist. So you can, of course, when I get a toothache, everyone was like, yeah, we got a lot of work to do here. I could have just taken my free cleaning every year and stayed up on this, but I spent about 30 hours in the dentist chair over the next 12 months, just getting work done and getting caught up, and it's costing me about 20 times what it should cost if I'm not done it. That's my boom situation. The more you do nothing but proactively, the less you have to do that. Boom, we have events. If you're doing what you need to do, you shouldn't be impacted too terribly bad. Cost should be almost none if there is boom situations. We want to avoid them in layers. You know, and finally, when we look at how that conversation goes, you know, like I said, every 90 days, I'm meeting with 50 plus clients. We're building a strategic technology plan, and it is built around a business IT alignment exercise called a business impact analysis. You know, I sit down with everyone, and every 90 days, we review what are your critical data assets, where are they stored at, how do you access them, who has access to them. That way we are building up these security layers around those, making it productive for your staff to get to them, securing them as best as possible, while then aligning all those security pieces, those layers, to your business objectives. Just waiting for a technology to kind of seem a little bit more simple. I know there are times where you're looking at, oh, I'm not roll out performance requirements. It's a pretty easy process when you can follow the industry framework and identify what's important, protect that, detect it, and then build your response brief plans associated to it. So that's the last slide. You know, I didn't prepare too much here in the way of information for you. We have James, either our sales manager here, joining the call now. Hello, James. I'm actually kind of wrapping up with these 4 slides. I was gonna kind of throw it back on you guys, if you have any questions about kind of the way Golden West does this with other county entities.
So your strategic plan, your initial discussion, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, assessment, you would do it all remotely and try to access things basically is how you do that? Is that true?
Yeah, a portion of it. Actually, to be honest and very fair and open with you, a large portion of it is performed remotely. So I have we call them TSRs, it's a technology strategy review meeting. I will those over teams now, just obviously it takes a lot less time to fire up a Teams meeting or a Zoom meeting, to have those minutes draft. That's just a conversation that I'm having with whether it's Doug or other department heads, elected officials, whoever the appropriate decision makers need to be in that meeting. We're outlining the county's goals. Then we've got it's our TAM, the technical alignment manager. He's doing every 90-day assessments. And so we'll do that remotely for 3 quarters out of the year. And then we do an annual on-site audit where we do send a network engineer onto your site so that way he can do more of that physical inspection of everything off road his time. If you need to remediate it, it just happens to pop up that day. Otherwise, we do handle all of the support remotely from Grand Rapids.
And you have traditionally, do you have like a contact person that you work with within the county that kind of facilitates with you?
Yeah, so the county specifically, we've done it 2 ways. One where there is a primary point of contact, where if there is say a technology issue in the Department of Equalization, they're going to contact Doug, Doug's going to call me. Knock's going to remote into that DMV machine, fix it, resolve the issue. We have another county we work with, they want all the department heads to have the autonomy to just contact us and not have to funnel it through a single point of contact. So there's limited flexibility in that way. You can do it at a department head level or just a single point of contact.
Presently, we have none.
Right.
So we have 4 buildings, and we have, within this building, 9 different offices, each of us operating independently. Then we have nobody shepherding the flock.
So what would it take to get an assessment? Is there a initial cost for an assessment? Do you do an assessment and then kind of lay out what fees you would charge to remedy, I guess, so to speak, maybe, or?
Sure. Yeah, so we've done that both ways. A very good question to ask as well, very timely. We recently run a rather large RFP to do a IT gap audit for the Crook County Courthouse over in Sundance, Wyoming, which we start our kickoff meeting with them next week. They have chosen to go the route of paid for assessments, where we will send a technician on site to do the audit there. I will also come on site, interview all of those department heads that you mentioned that there's no one shepherd for the flock. I'm going to meet with 16 different individuals over a few day period to go through that business impact analysis. They're going to identify how their employees work, what information they access, what it would look like if it was successful, what it looks like now. Network technicians on site looking at all IT pieces and is going to identify why it isn't successful, what it would take to get in there. And for them in particular, we will then be making a recommendation on how they should be supporting their staff and community. We have other kind of organizations that we partner with who said, we just need you to come and fix this. When you know we have issues, I want you to tell them what they are and support them at the same time. We'll do a little bit of pre-discovery work with you, come up with what that plan would look like. And then in the onboarding process, we go through that IT gap alignment anyway. Same thing we're going to do with this particular RFP, and the reason it's going to be different is we're going to be making a written recommendation for their next RFP. For instance, South Dakota, the branch said, we need to get better, and she's going to tell us what it is, fix it, and then provide that ongoing reactive support for when our staff have issues, as well as implementing all of your proactive security measures. So where are you at? Based on that, where you feel you might be?
Well, we don't have much, so we need a lot, probably.
Gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know, I guess I don't know, in my opinion, we need to have some kind of a rate structure, I guess, is what we can expect, I guess, to see if we do these assessments and then what it would take to remedy them, I suppose. If it's realistic to just do, or we need to budget it for next year, or whatever we have to do, but.
Were you guys on the schedule, and I can't recall, for that? For the DSU project boundary fence? You know what it was for that one?
Yes, we are again.
Do they have an approximate start date for you yet?
15 to 18 months.
And that was when they put us on the list, though, right?
Right.
And when was that?
We're discussing.
So,
A year.
the main, right, of a concern, you want to address what that would look like to find out where you're at before DSU tells you where you're at, correct?
Correct.
James, not necessarily throw it over to you, but if you could review with our operations team, what would that look like for Anne County? Great. Yeah, so, particularly some locations and so forth, so we can do a little bit more investigation on it.
Hey, Jamie, would you contact me then? This is Doug.
Yeah, but unless I'm pulling the emails off the website, you're the only one I know there.
That's true. Me and David Severson, right?
And David's there.
No.
No.
You guys go there and get some pizza from him, tell him Eric Eisen said hello.
I did that.
What did he say? Said, where's home?
He was kind of like quiet. Maybe he was searching for a memory.
Could have been. He was hosted the meeting. It was a local gathering of K-12 technology coordinators. And they come in it was a Mid-Eastern network administrator, so one Eastern part of South Dakota. He also had Middle Earth. I think he was a Tolkien fan. But he always would bring me and former peer of our come home, and we talked to those tech coordinators all day long about everything that was in K-12 technology.
Okay, well, James, you can get a hold of me, and then we'll start a plan on what to do.
You have to excuse me, I'm gonna go.
Okay, very good. Appreciate your time.
15 minutes to get time.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll check that there. Thank you, guys. See you later.
See you.
All right, I'll do my thing here quick.
Election stuff.
I'm getting there, I promise. Okay, everybody been to Emory? Or not?
I have.
I think I've been through there at some point.
Okay, well, Jim brought this to my attention. And at first I scratched my head and I thought, how is this even remotely possible? And I want you to look at this house right here. This is a residential home in Emory, South Dakota. And it is also the home of a business called My Home Address. What these people do is they sell their address basically for the purpose of people licensing motor vehicles, a front, so to speak, for businesses that they might be operating. And I was told that there were 1,450 registered voters at this house. And I was like, no, there's just no way. And then I used my access to the state voter registry, and it was exactly 1,450 registered voters. So the reason that this was
stacked on it.
What's that?
That's really be stacked in there.
Yeah, they're either really tiny or invisible. So the reason this sticks out to me and why I think it's important for election security is I thought, well, we're kind of immune. We're just a little community like this. And if something like that was going on, people would notice. And so I thought, this is crazy. So Jim and I conversed back and forth, and you sent me the file, and I looked at it, and I looked online, and these people have a filing with the Secretary of State where they estimate their annual income at $250,000 for running my home address. And then ultimately, I found out that the guy who spearheads this is a county commissioner in Hanson County. So some of the consequences that I want you to be aware of are the fact that if Hanson County is district like you guys are, and you have 1,450 voters, potential voters in your own home, who do you think wins that election? So even if they're actually voting their own ballots, they're still going to support the guy that's doing them a favor, right? Or the question comes up is when these people want their absentee ballots and he runs to the courthouse and does it, does he actually send those ballots to his 1,450 cohorts? My guess is probably not. So my premise in telling you this is that, one, how do I, as an elected official, feel about this? And I'll be honest, it pisses me off. Two, how this goes undetected just amazes me, because I looked, and the Dakota, tell me how I say this wrong, Dakota Free Press,
South Dakota News Watch.
South Dakota News Watch did a story on it in 2019.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I was guessing. But that was in 2019, and quite honestly, you don't see this story anywhere else. It's just not there. I mean, occasionally it's talked about. We had conference last week, it wasn't talked about. And so Jim, actually, today, you want to share your experience of what you found out today?
I called the Hanson County Auditor's Office and asked whether there had been any election anomalies in their county during her tenure in office. And she said, certainly not. Everything's been running according to COIL. And I said, I have it on good authority that there are 1,400 people registered to vote at one specific address in the city of Emory, South Dakota. Is that true? She said, yes, I guess that is true. And I said, that doesn't strike you as an anomaly? Something a bit aberrant? And she didn't really have much to say about that other than that, yes, in fact, she acknowledged that there are 1,400 people at that address voting, or they can vote. I said, have you reported that there are 1,400 people at that address to your state's attorney? And she said, I think he's aware of that fact. So I called their state's attorney, Jim Davies, who I've had trials against in my career. And I asked him about it, and he said, yes, that is the absolute truth. There are 1,400 people registered to vote at that address. And I said, does it occur to you that that's some form of election fraud? And he acknowledged to me that it certainly looks like election fraud. He went on to say, and much of what he is about to tell me, I know because I've dealt with it in Hand County, South Dakota. The South Dakota legislature has determined there are three ways to determine residence in the state of South Dakota. They are, number one, what's your intent? Where do you intend to live? What do you intend to call your home? Two, have you spent one night married to a pillow at that address in the last year? Three, what is your intent with regard to the future? Do you want to continue to call this your residence? Those are the only requirements to establish a residence in the state of South Dakota. Residence for the purposes of getting our car registration rates, for purposes of voting, at least in some of the elections, they are exempt from municipal and I think township under these circumstances, but not county. And we had the problem in Hand County when we would have township votes that were taken, somebody's running for township clerk or something, a position, and people from Miller would be driving out to their former farm location to vote at the town hall or the old abandoned school in that township election. And there were complaints made to me when I was state's attorney about that. And what Jim Davies told me is exactly the truth. Those are the only requirements. As long as you satisfy those requirements, you can register to vote at that address. So you can call it fraud, but it's legal fraud, it appears to me. There's no way around it that I know of, unless the legislature wants to do something about it. They can tighten the requirements for what it takes to establish a residency, certainly beyond what they've done. But they've chosen not to, and that's been the operative law for, my recollection tells me, over 100 years. They never changed it. So, it's pretty pathetic. It hasn't happened here, at least that I'm aware of, that you're aware of. There are other locations in South Dakota where it's going on a continuing basis. In Sioux Falls, they've got 2 residences isolated and verified as running these kinds of operations, one in Rapid City and one in, I believe he said Mitchell, which isn't very far from Emory. Emory's Alexandria, just down the road. And there may be others. Hell, maybe there's 15 others.
So the point being is if the statute basically endorses the idea of this momentary residency, the next question is why Jim's guests are here to talk about is how do you find out if this 1,450 people are actually transacting as votes? And so he'll elaborate on that, I'm guessing. And so my point to you is that what we do in my office, because we're very lucky in one standpoint, because some people might find this offensive, but we only have 2,200 registered voters. And I can tell you right now, we have a convicted sex offender on that list because for whatever reason, the U.S. Marshal Service and the FBI does not report their convictions to period. So our good old Baptist minister that got caught with his finger in the cookie jar is still on our voter register. He's inactive, but he's still there. So it's obvious that there's things that need to be changed, and there's people trying to affect the change, but they're running into some opposition. So,
but they what?
But they run into opposition. It appears to be difficult to find somebody in the legislature that's willing to carry a bill to try and rectify some of these issues. So what I wanted you to know is that my effort is I look at that list, and honestly, it's several times a day because right now during absentee voting, I get to see it several times a day. But I can't tell you that we're immune from something like this, because this could be started today, it could have been started a week ago, that somebody's selling an address for this purpose here.
Legally?
Yes, it's legal to do it, but it's not legal for those people to transact that vote.
It's certainly immoral.
If the host of the house is the one that's gathering the ballots, returning the ballots, and they never get shipped out of the house. So that's my pitch on it. I gotta take care of a piece of business before the end of the day, so I'm gonna let you introduce your guests and take over, and I'll be back in 12 minutes.
Good, Jim.
Here's-
Just
There is full disclosure for the board and the citizens. I have invited this group, they call themselves the South Dakota Canvassing Group, and they've done a lot of work, all volunteer, if I'm not mistaken, in digging into how secure is the vote in South Dakota. My wife Teresa and I attended one of their presentations in Brookings, and halfway through their presentation, Teresa is election supervisor, I guess, or chairperson for our precinct down there. Halfway through the presentation, she leans over to me and she says, "Holy crap, Doug should be here." And so we invited Doug to go with us to the next presentation they did in Sioux Falls. Doug drove separately. He wanted to go see his mom in Iowa, but he did attend that presentation with us. And he was somewhat astounded after sitting through a couple hours of that as to how many problems are uncovered in South Dakota. And so I asked the group to come today with Doug's approval and blessing, I guess I would say, because I made up my mind that I can either do what so many people are doing and sit on my hands and not do something to make a difference, or I can have these people come and talk to the board, and maybe the board members are convinced that there's a problem with the vote in South Dakota, and maybe some of the board members contact legislators or talk to some other people who can influence change, that we can clean up our election process. And to be clear, this isn't about 2020 for me. This is about us doing our job going forward to make sure elections are pure and accurate. So my vote and your vote isn't discredited by voters who maybe shouldn't be voting, maybe even absolutely shouldn't be voting. But if we don't get our elections secured and trusted again, people will stop voting. They will literally stop voting. And if we have the questions that have been perpetrated from the 2020 election, if those continue to happen, there's questions after the 16 presidential election, there were questions after the 20 election. If we don't get ahead of this, I can literally foresee riots and maybe even civil war every time we elect a president going forward. We have to secure our elections.
I think our elections in Han County are very secure. I don't know any voter fraud that's ever occurred in Han County.
I believe that entirely. I feel I want to lead the way, and I will ask after their presentation for a hand count of random roll of the dice. We will pick one of the 5 precincts and hand count it and compare it to the machines, because there's also questions about the machines. And
Questions about the machines that you have?
Nationwide, there's a lot of questions about the machines, the tabulators and stuff.
You know why nobody has any trust in our elections anymore? Because of Donald Trump and his followers, who have convinced the whole nation that our elections are crooked, when they're not.
Were there
Your side has
questions
been
for
to-
4 years?
You
Were there
guys have been
questions for 4 years after the 16?
You guys have been to court 100 times, and you've been thrown out of every one of those 100 courtrooms, and half those courtrooms were manned by judges that were appointed by Trump. Every one of them said you haven't got an iota of evidence. None. There's no evidence that there was widespread voter fraud in 2020. But you guys have got half the nation now convinced that they can't trust their electeds, their elected officials, their canvassing boards, they can't trust in election results. That is an atrocity. You've destroyed our democracy. Because if they don't trust their institutions, if the people can't trust their institutions, then we don't have a democracy anymore.
Answer my question. Was there questions about the 2016 election?
I don't recall.
You can't blame this all on Donald Trump, and this isn't about Donald Trump for me. This is about moving forward.
Moving forward with what?
Moving forward with secure.
Okay, show where the elections were not secure. Show me where in all these recounts, the forensic recount in Arizona, my God, Trump ended up with what, more votes than he had before they undertook their 6-month forensic accounting that took how many millions of dollars to achieve? Show me any evidence.
This is why I've invited these
Can I
people.
explain?
Certainly.
Can we sit a little closer to y'all?
Yep, come here.
You guys are destroying people's confidence in our country and its democracy.
Believe
Democrat.
what you will, but please give these people the courtesy of listening to them.
I've been listening to it now for almost 2 years.
No, you're fine. Go right, that's fine. Share my camera. Just let me know.
So, one more question, Jim. Did you have questions about the voter registry in Emory?
Did I have one?
Did you have questions about the voter registry in Emory? And are you certain that everything is on the up and up there?
I wouldn't defend it for a moment, because that would require me to defend the inaction on the part of the South Dakota legislature, which has not addressed this situation.
So will anything change?
That has not occurred in Han County. Okay. So we don't need to question the integrity of all of our election officials in Han County, South Dakota.
I'm not questioning you.
No wonder nobody wants to be an election judge in Han County, South Dakota. You can't get anybody to do it. Why would they?
I'm not questioning the integrity of the election in Han County. I've talked to Doug for hours, and I'm assured that our county is right. I want to be a leader in moving forward and bringing security to the elections going forward.
Then go someplace where they don't have any security with their elections. We don't have that problem. You're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist in Han County. And you're insulting a lot of people in Han County in the process.
I think
all these people in the election, you're insulting his office.
Let's listen and see how it is.
I'm not part of that conversation.
I think there are an awful lot of voters in Han County that are questioning election security and the security of their vote. And
Well, let's let them talk and we'll
If
see.
I could ask one question. You said, while that was out of the room, that there's never been fraud about our elections in Han County.
That I know of.
Is that correct?
No, we had one
We had one
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
What was it?
The guy that tried to vote for his life.
Oh, I don't
And
know. I
then it went to court
It went to, go ahead.
and it was dismissed.
mean, it wasn't fraud, or it was?
The judge felt that he could do that.
So it wasn't fraud. Well, then I guess I stand by my statement. I don't know of any fraud that's ever been perpetrated in Han County.
It says on the side of the envelope that you certify that you are the voter, that you are. He signed his wife's name to it. But for
It was-
whatever reason,
it was
judge
another
found
case
it
of-
justified.
it was another case of just exactly what you're complaining about. The courts threw it up. The judge says, I ain't touching that.
They threw it out because they didn't make a case, apparently. You gotta have evidence.
I think the evidence was there. And I think there was, if we look back to the 2016 election, there was fighting for 4 years about the 2016 election. This for me, Jim, isn't right or left, Republican, Democrat, Christian, non-Christian, any of it. It's about let's earn the people's trust moving forward. That's.
We had the people's trust until Donald Trump showed up on the scene and destroyed everybody's trust, insisting that the election was stolen when it was not.
Be fair and open-minded and look back at the discretion of the 2016 election. That went on for 4 years.
I have some articles here that are from 2011, 2012, 2014, 2016, and 2020. So there's been questions about our elections for
If you go back to 1776, I'm sure that's the case.
decades.
In every election, there are people who will question the results. No question about that.
So it didn't actually start when Trump was president? then? Is
No,
that what you're
it has
saying?
been exacerbated by a factor of 100.
Alright. Sorry to take so long. So that's the beauty of technology, that sometimes it takes a little while to start up. I want to thank you guys. Thank you for having us out here. Thank you, commissioners, and especially thank you. Even though you and I haven't spoken, I do appreciate you attending the event in Sioux Falls. Your commissioner spoke highly of your presence there, and so it makes sense why you were interested in the 411. Because when Jessica and I were talking last night, we were trying to get some additional data for you, and thank you for doing additional research to connect the dots. I really appreciate all of you having us here, and you're right. The 2020 election created a little bit more extra energy in distrust in the process, but I think we also have to have an open heart to what you're saying, which is how do we as leaders restore the trust? How do we get back in there? And I'm glad that you guys are having us here to have that discussion. But first, Jessica, she's an amazing South Dakota resident, mom, and an accountant. Jessica, go ahead and talk a little bit more about yourself and kind of the group that you were leading.
Yeah, well, like like Rick said, I'm just a mom, I've been an accountant for 25 years in South Dakota, I've been working in public accounting, I've done income tax and just the broad spectrum of public accounting. And more recently, took an interest in our elections and ended up meeting these people and some more wonderful people in our group. We didn't know each other before, and we just got together to see what we could see. We didn't know what we would find in South Dakota, and just set out together, see what we could see. So where we started was buying the voter rolls from the Secretary of State's office, and we took their work product and started pouring through it. Since then, we bought 2 more copies of the voter rolls, and we have all the voter history, and have spent months doing data analysis on the Secretary of State's work product. So we got together with Rick, and Rick's been working in Minnesota for a long time, and he can give a little introduction about himself, and then we'll go on as to what we've been working on together.
So the two of you that have actually seen our presentation, you kind of share with the rest is, and I don't take up as much time as we did during that presentation. But yes, I'm kind of a unique breed. And I'll just state my party bias. In the state of Minnesota, I moved from there 4.5 years ago and became a resident of South Dakota. We followed my son, who went to South Dakota State University for a computer science degree, so kind of followed in my footsteps. I was active in politics in the state of Minnesota. I was a mayor of a small town for 10 years. I was also active for 8 years in the state executive committee for the MNGOP. I served as co-chair for the 3rd Congressional District for Eric Paulson while he was a member of U.S. Congress. I was active helping politicians run for political office. And I have also been involved with a lot of agencies to do investigations, criminal, financial, and also have my own computer consulting business that I've been running on the side for a number of decades. And then I also have, in the state of South Dakota, with a business partner, created a new business called D3 Defense, where we take care of digital, physical, and cultural security. So similar to like what's unfortunate is that you have to wait 60 to 18 months to basically get a security scan. Today, I'll help you out a little bit. I actually did a security scan on your network here already. And we actually partner with Security Metrics, which does credit card scans. So how many of you here have a credit card? Okay. Well, the good thing is that your website doesn't accept credit cards. So you're secure from that standpoint. So thank you, but if you did accept credit cards, you would actually already start on the wrong date. You're already in trouble because your website's not secure and it's not ready. Kind of going over here on election security, what we're going to cover is kind of the basic cybersecurity, drop boxes, residency issues, which you've already kind of covered, and then voter ID. You're absolutely right, sir, that there are issues with the state legislature that we need to go to them to actually create changes. And what's interesting is that we did try to go to the legislature. Of the many bills that we presented, only one crossed the finish line. And that was the outside funding of nonprofits and business organizations to fund county operations and city operations. So as some people will call that, that's the Zuckerbucks or Civic Life and Civic Technology group, which was a 501c3 nonprofit that had primarily one donor. And then the primary purpose of that was to, I'm going to say in layman's terms of what they said, is to help counties and cities through COVID-19 to be able to create drop boxes and do mailers for absentee voting. But we saw a lot more pieces in that, and I have additional details from Minnesota where we have uncovered considerable corruption, where a county actually bought a $41,000 van without alerting their county commissioners. And then so when we look at your website, no credit cards are accepted, but there are a couple things that you do have. Your website can actually be hijacked by someone else purporting to be you. Your website, the way that you have it listed, is actually the worst way to have it listed, because you're not really a .gov website. You don't have full control of it. You're grouped in with a bunch of other counties with a service provider. he gets it right away. So those are things that whoever your next technology person, as you look at improving your technology and kind of how you want to potentially expand services for the residents of the county, you're going to want to keep that in mind. The other thing is that you have this X-frame on the right-hand side where people can actually set up another website and they can purport to be you and have all your pages over on their website acting like they're you, and they could actually go in and start accepting credit card payments. They could fraudulently say, hey, pay your licenses here. Hey, pay your property taxes here through a credit card. Pay your licenses, fees, etc. And you would have no idea that that was actually happening.
So how does that work?
What they can do is they can basically say, let's say www.xyz.com.
Yeah, I get that part, but I mean, as far as our website.
So actually, all you have to do is add a little code on the top of the website inside the header that basically says, X-raying? No. It's a one-line statement that needs to be added to all the pages.
So theoretically, because we're part of the South Dakota counties group, they should be doing it
Universal or globally, correct. And that should be done immediately. The other thing that this vendor is doing for you guys is they're supporting such old machines that it puts everybody at risk. So for example, there's like 3 layers of TLS certificates, 1.0, 1.1, and then kind of 1.2. Those kind of actually all expired over the last 10, 5, and 3 years ago. That anybody who goes on there and enters any information, they can effectively break that encryption and see all the keystrokes. So at a minimum, that entire website should be at 2.0, which went live 5 years ago.
So if they created a pseudo website,
yeah,
would they shut ours down or they would exist?
They would coexist, and you would have no idea. And they could actually, because you're not on very many search engines, you're actually on none of the newer ones, because there was actually a big movement of people to go away from Google to go to DuckDuckGo. You're actually ranked lower, that somebody else could actually register themselves with DuckDuckGo, show up on the top, and because of the way that your headers are, you don't describe yourself very well as a government agency and all the services that are provided, that you would actually fall below, that somebody who just put in more keywords would actually be above you, and an unsuspecting person would potentially click on that to either get malware or potentially pay somebody else to enter in their information.
So if the domain was changed to .gov, I'm assuming that there's more stringent requirements to get a .gov domain?
You are absolutely correct. There is. There's actually government requirements because the federal government actually allocates the .gov piece. So you actually have to prove your actual tax ID number in order to get that registration. And so there's a lot of government agencies that are out there with a .com, a .org, or .net. I see that kind of stuff. All that needs to be cleaned up, and we have to get away from that. Here's where the other danger is. So if you're standing right here and you're using one of the poll books by Canoic Inc., what's funny is that as you make your request out to the Secretary of State's website and it needs to come back in, if those numbers aren't matching and the web algorithm isn't matching and they haven't set it up correctly, by default, that information can actually travel back to the wrong website.
So it just bounces off.
Bounces off. And so having an internal static IP number is absolutely important as well. Let them manage the web, but you have to have your own IP here that is secure with a firewall. You have none of that. And so you're actually open to easy hijacking. I do a lot of partner work with IBM Global Services. IBM will bring me in when there is a disaster where a CEO has passed away or somebody of a high profile has passed away. I can typically hack a server within an hour. I can hack a PC if you're interested at Midwest Swamp Watch, where I actually watch somebody else how to do it in under 7 minutes. I actually remote reboot a Canoic iPad within 2 minutes. And I can steal the information off of it. That's all available at Midwest Swamp Watch. You can see that video on your own time. The EAC, this is the Election Assistance Commission. I need you to understand that's not what they report to be. Yes, it is supposed to be a bipartisan, nonprofit government agency where the president makes the appointments and then the Senate approves those appointments. However, the good thing that they try to do is help modernize the elections, which is to pool a bunch of federal money to help people with disabilities be able to participate in the elections. We don't want to move away from that. Then they also help modernize the Secretary of State's databases for all 50 states. Because when the counties were managing on their own, or the cities, there wasn't a lot of talking going back and forth. And so this was kind of the genesis of this early on. But then one of the other things that they were asked to do was to basically say, let's create some type of a certification and let's see how we do. What's interesting is that South Dakota, most of it is getting a certification through the EAC. As you can see in Minnesota, they don't. So 98% of the counties are not EAC certified in the state of Minnesota.
Do they have an alternative, or they just don't do anything?
That's a great question. Actually, what they do, which is kind of a joke, is that the Secretary of State of Minnesota looks at the EAC certificate and rewrites it and then gives his own stamp to it. Doesn't do any real testing with it. And actually has done that just with the latest Dominion 5.5C last week so that they can start allowing the new Dominion machines to start working in Minnesota for an election that starts in 16 days for the absentee ballot in the primary. The interesting thing about that, as a footnote in Minnesota, is that the original machines that they were on in Dominion, you have no Dominion machines. We have no Dominion machines in South Dakota. We're mostly an ES&S state. In Minnesota, they ran on, in the 2020 election, in 2021 for the township and commissioner races, they ran on Windows 7 systems in Windows Server 2008, which Microsoft stopped support on January 14th, 2020. They issued no more patches. As a matter of fact, in 2019, Microsoft put out ads to everybody to say, upgrade for free to Windows 10 from Windows 7, because we weren't going to support that. So the public was well aware of it. But here's the interesting thing is when you actually look at the EAC certificate that you get with your equipment, they're telling you the truth. When we think about respected agencies like the CDC, the FDA, and the EAC doesn't measure up. At least when we watch the news, we actually see at meat packing plants, an FDA officer actually doing a food inspection of the meat processing. And I'm going to ask you a serious question, it's not a joke. Have you ever had a member of the EAC come here and physically audit any of your equipment?
I would never have an idea where they come from.
Yeah.
Much less show up.
Yeah, they're based out of Washington, DC. So just so that you're aware. So if we look at equivalency, it's not equivalent from that standpoint of either the CDC or the FDA. The other thing that the CDC requires, because I have worked in the industry in regards to medicine, in regards to medical products, with the FDA, we actually have to send it in for testing, to have third-party testing. The EAC sort of does that with the 3 vendors that they've approved to actually do the testing. But here's one of the things. If you alter anything on it, like add in a separate modem, upgrade the memory to it, you've invalidated the certificate. Because that certificate is so specific as to what it tests for, and it actually in the later pages, it shows you the operating system, the patch level, all of the hardware that's inside of it. And so if you were to swap out one modem to another, that invalidates it, if it's not in that list. The other thing that we want to make sure is this last line here. It says, this certificate is not an endorsement of the product by any agency of the U.S. government, and no warranty of the product is either expressed or implied. So let's take their word for it. This is mine, this is that. The second page of that same certificate that you get says an EAC certification is not an endorsement of a manufacturer, voting system, or any of the system's components. Further down, it tells you in plain English, it's not a substitute for state or local certification and testing. And then that last one that I have highlighted is it's also not a determination that the system is ready for use in an election. This would be like an example of the CDC and the FDA saying, here is a drug. And that's supposed to help prevent heart attacks. That's what the outer label says. So like this label over here says it's supposed to be used in an election, and it's gonna be accurate, and it's gonna do everything. But yet, it's a determination the system is not ready for an election. I'm gonna sell you a drug, even though on the outside it says it's labeled for a heart attack, but it actually isn't ready for it in the fine print on the back.
This is more like a participation driven.
It really is. It really is. And we should be critical of this. So when the EAC is telling us that this is not a substitute for state or local testing, let's take them at their word. You're right. We should go to the legislature as county commissioner and citizens together united to say, this is the type of testing that we want to have to make sure that they're accurate. Your idea of actually maybe going in and actually re-looking at a precinct isn't a bad idea. And actually in the state of Minnesota, they have a statutory guideline that 3% of all of the precincts within a county will be randomly chosen and have a post-election review done. And they have a rule in there that if it's off by more than 0.5%, 3 more precincts within 2 days must be gone through again. If there's another 0.5% error, the whole county has to be redone.
So is that done by hand count?
Yep. Well, let Jessica speak on this part here.
Yeah, so like Rick said, ESNS is Election Systems and Software, is the only vendor in the state. And our Secretary of State promotes ESNS, so I think when you go to your auditor conventions, they have a vendor there, and they're trying to sell the poll books and all kinds of ESNS equipment. So South Dakota uses the ESNS DS200s, which is what you have in your county, 450s and 850s. Those are the tabulating machines that you put the ballots in, counts the votes. ESNS programs the machines. They're the only ones authorized for the tech support for the machines. They come to the state, and with the elections board and the Secretary of State, they certify the machines by putting their own, again, test deck of pre-printed ballots from the vendor through the machine. No third-party independent machine inspector, election inspector, cyber inspector certifies the machines in the state. They provide the test deck of the ballots, the election ballots, the thumb drives, the memory sticks, and the software. They control absolutely everything about the election. They program the thumb drives, which download the votes from the machine onto the memory stick. They program those. That is not independently verified by anyone outside of ESNS. They use the full vote system, which is what Doug uses when he enters a new voter registration. Every county in the state talks to the statewide database. So all of these counties are feeding into the centralized database of voter rolls. That is also owned and sold by ESNS. They call it Total Vote. vPro is a vendor in Peer, which is owned by ESNS.
That happened like within what, last 2 years?
Yes.
In 2020, the Secretary of State purchased ESNS counting machines for all the counties in the state that were still using the hand counting method. So now we have ESNS in the entire state. ESNS provides the training for the auditors on how to use the machines. We are now fully aware, after our work at the county level in multiple counties in the state, that the auditors are not trained on all the things that the machines can do. They are given a very limited scope, and they follow the instructions and are not encouraged to do their own independent research or vote verification. So none of the counties in the state were instructed on how to print a per ballot or a cast vote record or a per batch report of the election night
Let me
results.
explain what the cast vote record is. So as you feed in the ballot and it goes through the scanning device, what it does is it actually interprets how you fill up the ballot. So what's interesting is that the voter doesn't get a receipt to see how that machine interpreted its ballot, nor does the county auditor have the ability to print out the full results by ballot order so that they could actually go in and learn and understand what kind of education should we give the voters to fill out the ballots more correctly. You know, to understand where the error is coming from, Why are some of these going to adjudication? Why are some of these getting rejected? And so that's an important piece when we don't have that CASBO record. By default in South Dakota, that feature is turned off, even though you have the ability to turn it on.
Great. So yeah, the machines then do have the capability to scan the ballot and keep an image of it, but for time's sake or storage, that is skipped. So, it instead prints a data report, right? So you could print a data report of ballot 1 says, Jim, and ballot 2 says Bob, and on and on and on, makes a pattern. So, so you could have an audit trail of what that machine tallied. The only thing that there is across the state is a precinct total report. So to me, it's like printing a financial statement with no general ledger. So you have your assets and you have your income and expenses and you have absolutely no detail of how you arrived at those numbers. And we're supposed to trust it and believe it because I verify everything myself. I mean, I've been in the county for 25 years and you have everything reviewed. You check every number that goes into it and it seems to me the only thing that's not audited in current day America is our elections.
I've been on 3 recount boards and there wasn't one vote difference. In 3 different decades, I might add.
Okay, so you count.
100% honest.
Okay.
It's a problem that does not exist here.
Okay, we'll get to that. So the only.
I had it for about 40 minutes or so.
So only the precinct totals, so there is no verification that hand count ballots match the machine total. ES&S is instructing the Secretary of State and the counties not to provide an audit trail to the citizens of South Dakota. We have been requesting this information. It's the citizens' data. It belongs to the county, and the ES&S won't let us see it. And we'd like to know why, because I should belong to the citizens of the county. That's what transparency in government's all about. There's no way you can violate a voter secrecy by seeing a data report. Once the ballot leaves the voter, our names aren't on the ballot. It gets dumped into a random pile of ballots, and there's absolutely no way that a voter secrecy would be violated by having a data report of just a count total.
So is that audit trail, is that what that voter?
The CASBO record is.
Yes, CASBO record is. Okay.
And, different vendors call it different things, like a per ballot report or precinct detail report or CASBO record. It depends on the vendor or the state or which clerk you're talking to,
Yeah,
what word they want to use.
And the term that we're using is the EAC certified standard that is available from the EAC. They put the standard that all vendors have to have it formatted in this particular way. And so that's why we use that, the CBR, the CASBO record, is because that's an EAC term. So
Well,
that's
by definition, the DS-200 tabulates the votes into a CASBO record. That's the definition of the machine.
So the tape that prints?
No, that's the summary that you're getting.
Okay.
So there's the detail that's hidden from you by default.
Well, I can't find it.
Yeah, you would need to do that.
The only way you can get it after it goes into the DS-200 is you have to either look at the thumb drive manually, if it's provided, and then allegedly, depending on the version that you're in, when you plug that thumb drive into the central server, then it's supposed to recalibrate that and make it available in one of the drop-down reports. So
I just wanted to point out that ES&S is a for-profit third-party vendor that is controlling everything about our elections. So we believe that elections must have local control, local oversight, and local accountability, which is run, by the people and is transparent to the people, which then increases trust by them.
You want to go in and count our ballots? They're all in the next room. You're in the vault. Every one of our ballots is in there. You don't think we have any local control over our elections? Every one of those votes cast is in that room.
Right, we believe that.
Okay.
Totally.
So tell me where,
Totally believe that.
tell me where the fraud is occurring in South Dakota.
Well, it's a question, so this is a
It's
question.
a question you're raising. That doesn't mean it's a legitimate question.
Okay, well, let me ask Doug a question. Since you're a little hostile to me. Doug, would you say that you verified by the machine total by your ballots in the other room, have you ever verified by looking and counting the ballots that that matches what the machine printed out of?
We verified the count, not the contents.
Well, you verified, I put in, 150 ballots and $150 were counted. You didn't verify, 50 votes were for Jim and 100 votes
The
were for
only
Bob.
time we do that is when we run the test deck through them. And then if we make our own test deck, then we know the outcome. If we buy the test deck, then they give it to us. But
Right.
it's their test deck and their results, so.
So thank you for making your own test set. That's part of the new standard that we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And the county commission itself does the canvassing for the county.
Right, but.
So are we all crooks too?
No, we're not
Did
saying
you just hear the question?
Yes, I did, I heard his answer.
Have you verified that against the machine total ever?
Okay, who's gonna verify that what he verified is verifiable? And who's gonna
Did
verify
anybody,
that
did
that
anybody
person's
take
verification
a
of his?
random sampling of the ballots
We're all
and
people,
count it?
we're all people, we're all mortal. We all can make mistakes. There are
I didn't say
mistakes
that
in
you made
every
a
election, no question about
I'm not saying that you made a
Okay.
mistake. I'm not
So
saying that
we
any of the
agree
people
with
at the
your
precinct
premise.
made a mistake. I
But-
think everybody is trying to do their job, believe me, I believe that. Anybody who is serving on an election board, a commission, as an auditor, in the polls, I think they're American patriots. and
Oh,
I
is that why you
appreciate
wanna
that.
audit them? Cause they're such
No one
patriots?
ever has, and we're just trying to restore it, like you said.
Oh, we're not trying to restore anything, you're trying to destroy people's trust in democracy.
So
And
do
it's,
you,
and it's election
so
institutions.
do you think
That's what you're
that?
out to do. Because Jim,
Let's just get
Sir.
through it.
What's interesting is, I appreciate your comments, but you haven't made one suggestion to actually help restore the trust of the electorate.
Okay.
We would like to
You
work
want
with
me
you.
to make suggestions about how to restore
Sir,
people's trust in elections?
I will.
You guys quit destroying our democratic institutions.
How are we destroying that, sir?
All you've done is sow an absolute distrust in all of them for the last year and 8 months.
No, we haven't. We actually.
You've been thrown out
Only
100
been here for
courtrooms.
about
We're not
20
part of that,
minutes.
sir.
Oh, you're not? Who'd you vote for? Who'd you vote for?
We've only
We said
been here
Jim,
for 20
Jim,
minutes.
Sir,
That's very
I'm
partial.
very sorry that you're emotional, and I want to bring you back to your responsibility. As a canvassing board, which you so aptly pointed out that you're part of, I'd like to ask you, did the canvassing board,
I'm not gonna answer your questions. You don't answer any of mine.
I will answer yours. Did you take the responsibility, because you have the right to do this during the canvassing board? Did you verify all the voters, and did you verify all of the ballots? Did you count them yourselves? You have that opportunity, but you didn't take the opportunity.
How would you know?
You just told us that you did.
I said I'm not answering your questions.
But you said earlier.
I don't think you're entitled to any answers from us.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, hold on.
You're right, I'm not.
This isn't going anywhere doing this, I can tell you that right now. So where are you going with this?
Yep.
And
So what we want to do is, part of what we want to look at is, we need you to have critical thoughts. He's exactly right. So when we look at the e-poll books, this is the questionnaire from the EAC, and this is the vote. So we have to, ourselves, as counties and as the state of South Dakota, start asking more questions. The questions that they ask are actually really confusing, that even I struggle as a technology expert, because, for example, do you allow remote access to the systems through a web portal? So when you look at your iPads and you think about a web portal, that's the wrong question to ask. It's, of course, none of the iPads have a web portal. So why do they have that question there? So we have to help improve the questions there. The other thing there actually is, that's even more important, is the software management piece. You use a third party to manage the control of the iPads. Typically, there's a vendor that will control all of the access, the passwords. But unfortunately, what we found out is for NOAA Inc., the passwords are the same for all 50 states. They're easily hackable. The passwords for your Dominion machines and the ESNS, every single ESNS machine, the passwords that you have, you can go into any other county and use those same passwords. The same little security button that you have, not all of them are actually locked down.
Same keys, right?
It's the same keys. So we have to do a better job. Election equipment hacking. The certificates that they have, the SSL certificate, They basically self-sign them themselves. They don't even go to RSA, a national registry, to actually get a real security certificate. So they're fake. They're not really secure at all in that regard. The chips themselves, for somebody like me who's worked in a test lab, I can pretty much identify the chip and tell you the spec on it and probably hack it in under 15 minutes. They need to be wiped clean to where they don't have the raw numbers on there, the serial numbers, the FCC ID. They're actually easy to manipulate during adjudication. When some of the county auditors or election officials see the error ballots, it's easy to make a mistake. Large vendors don't even want to cooperate with us during our hacking events in Minneapolis. When we eliminate the paper, we lose the audit trail. There's videos here that are available publicly. Symantec actually shows, so Symantec, kind of like McAfee's partner on the other side, they actually bought a machine on the internet and he walks you through how he hacked it in minutes. He just goes over all of the things that are wrong with it. The guy's a genius. NBC News, they actually show up in Florida's DEFCON and show how they hacked every machine, actually hacked the machines within an hour and a half, and the rest of the machines by the end of the weekend. Had all the source code and everything.
I got a question.
Yep.
NBC did this and no one goes to jail for it? You're hacking. That's against the law.
NBC didn't do it. It
says NBC News.
NBC News is the shower of the video where they showed up at DEF CON. These people legitimately, here's what this is kind of funny. The people legitimately bought the election machines off of eBay. Counties were reselling some of their election equipment early. I got one from Wisconsin from the 2020 election. That's the case as part of the Wisconsin legislature, by the way. CNN, we watched hackers break into voting machines. Dominion machine flaws. A county in Georgia, the election administrator walks a reporter through the adjudication process so that you can see the screens and how easy it is to get through it.
Better watch what you say about Dominion.
I'm perfectly fine with doing it. Okay. I agree with this is what the beauty of the Dominion CEO, he's absolutely correct. Don't question the machines. If you have any questions, please go to the paper ballots and review them. He's 100% correct. He's an honest broker when it talks about checking the equipment. He understands the scientific method. He understands accountability. He's absolutely correct. He's a good technology person. The drop boxes, I like your drop box here in the entryway. I like the sign in there, but you have to ask the question. It doesn't say in plain English, any ballot will be automatically rejected.
I'm not sure that I have authority to do that.
But is that officially a drop box?
No.
Okay, and it doesn't have a camera system around it as well.
Right.
Okay, and I'll just put an asterisk there, 2,000 mules. You definitely don't have this problem, but I watched it. Right. Yeah. So you understand what I'm saying there? It's like, and this is one of the photos from 2,000 Mules. You'll see one of the ballot has dropped down and he's shoving in additional ballots, and there's one right there on the ground itself.
That movie is a complete fraud.
Who do you base it on?
News reviews of it. AP News reviews, CNN News reviews.
I'm gonna ask you to check those sources because.
Why don't you check the source of the movie itself?
Actually,
he's an election fraudster.
Actually, I was
convicted. A convicted election fraudster. So that's the guy behind that movie.
So I have this video directly from Atlanta. So are you saying that this picture is a fraud?
I'm saying the whole movie is.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I mean, that's your opinion. Thank you.
You're welcome. I was happy to give it to you.
So residency issues in South Dakota. So one-day residency, as you are correct, in your further review of the 3 issues that show up there that kind of weaken the law. But what's interesting is, could you do me a favor? Do you have one of the voter registration forms? Yeah. Could you grab that? I'd like to see the language that you have on there because I believe it actually states that there's a crime.
How much what do you all have here for us? We're getting kind of lengthy here for our process. I don't know where we're gonna stop here, right? And what the end goal is. Are you just teaching us, is your goal to teach us about it?
It's to teach you about it and then also have an open discussion as to.
Can you go to the slide
Right
above
here.
it? Go to the slide above it.
Yeah, so this one here is actually, the state audit policy, South Dakota has none whatsoever, so it is left up to the county to determine whether or not they want to raise the bar for election integrity. And you guys have complete control regarding kind of the situation of the drop boxes. You have complete control as a canvassing board, whether you'd like to review the ballots, spot check it on any race, just to make sure that the totals are correct. But what is interesting here is that here, it says I declare under perjury, 2 years imprisonment and $4,000 fine, that I'm actually a citizen of the United States of America. I actually live and have no present intention of leaving the above address. And so I have to ask all the county auditors, because they have the same template that they presently live. And so I think this is a great legal question that should we challenge the folks there at 411 Emory, because they would have all had to fill out this form, and should we pursue that? Because your vote is important as mine if they're doing this. And just to answer your question in regards to the mail forwarding companies,
Go to
in
slide
just the
24.
Slide 24. So in Emory, these are the statistics. So in that one precinct, there's 1,700 registered voters, but at that one house, it's 1,447. And their city council is voted on by precincts. So one of the commissioners, one of the city councils, based upon the voters in the 2020 election, they were responsible for 75% of the election in that one address. When we look at another place, at 514 America's Way over in Box Elder, that one address was responsible for 59% of the ballots for a sitting state South Dakota senator.
Now, we just got a tip today, actually right before we got here, that a mailman, postal worker came forward and gave us an anonymous tip, first name only, that he can see that the voter registrations are being updated off the 2020 census, and that one of the things that we suspected and have been investigating, that's a scam that's pulled in all the states where a registered voter, a person or a fake registration will be the same first name, middle name, and different last name, and same year of birth. And there's multiples of those going through the mail houses in Rapid City. And
Right.
I mean, he's calling it in that these are frauds.
And it's really interesting to see how the vote totals are shifting across the state. And so here is that same kind of little highlight in the South Dakota voter registration where it says that they actually live there. And those people know what do. There's no way. I mean, you know, as you would even agree, I don't think there's 760 people in that little house. There's just no way. And so we have to take a look at this and we have to come to terms with it. And so part of what we're asking here is that there is an allegation out there. I can't attest to his work, but it has been out there for over a year, where it claims that in Han County in that last line, it says that somehow remote access came in. I don't believe it, but I think some of the counties do have to go up against Lindell and say, you're either right or you're wrong. So the only way to verify that is if they say that the votes were switched by 150, we should find out.
So what is it?
He's basically making the claim that there was this IP address that came in and hacked Han County, and it says that it basically flipped the votes. So like, instead of having 1433 for Trump, you should be at 1508. That somehow there was a manipulation between your communication here and the Secretary of State's office. And the only way to put it to bed is to go ahead and do a hand recount of the entire county and to verify, either say, Lindell, you're absolutely wrong.
So what I'm gathering at with this is we need to go back to a paper ballot computers, no more.
Yeah.
Hand count them, and that's the best way we can do it.
Yeah, and it's actually cheaper. So when I did the analysis in Brookings County where I live, doing it the old way only costs $7 a ballot to do full hand recount. When we add in the machines, it ups the cost to $14 a ballot. Because one of the things that we're unaware of is that we didn't realize that we actually are not buying this election equipment to last multiple decades. At best, even the machine that you just bought has Windows 10. By the way, Windows 10, end of life is 2025. So that means you have to buy a new one in 2025 before the election, because the last date of support for it is October 14th, 2025.
Dominion, as you know, is suing Lindell and,
Others.
huh?
Others.
Yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene, others.
Yeah.
For $1.7 billion
Yep.
for the fraud that they allege they and their cohorts have perpetrated upon the company and damaged it to that extent financially. Do you know what one of the prime defenses that's being raised by every one of those people is?
What?
Who could possibly have believed the stuff we were saying about Dominion? No reasonable man would have believed the crap we were saying. That's their defense.
I don't know about that, but.
Well, I do. I've read the pleadings.
Yeah.
Their defense is, what we were saying about Dominion can't be true, and nobody would have believed it, whether or not damaged.
And I'm so glad you're here to join with me to say, thank God Dominion isn't here, so that's not the issue today. And thankfully, we don't have to worry about that because the vendor of choice here for the state is ES&S. And thankfully, ES&S has not had as many of the issues or the spotlight as Dominion has. And so thankfully, we can calmly look at ES&S and see as a community and as a state, how do we create election integrity to make sure that we have receipts to the voters, that we have a candidacy board that will spot check, that we have great election officials like you who are actually going through the voter rolls and making sure that they're clean, that you're actually looking at the changes in the state and you're actually identifying a mail forwarding company and asking the right questions. Is this what we want as a county? Is this what we want to have in our zoning ordinances? Is this what we want to have as part of our community? Some communities have chosen because this mail forwarding company business has grown by 4x since the 2018 election. It has already just the 5 addresses have 20,000 registered voters with 11,858 of them voting in 2020 and 7,200 of them had 1-day turnaround or less. And we got that from the Secretary of State's absentee data, as well as confirmed partially with Minnehaha County's absentee data. And the scary thing there is that the absentee data for Minnehaha County, as well as the Secretary of State's absentee data, doesn't match for the method of absentee voting.
Right, there's many of them that the Secretary of State's website shows a vote cast, and the Minnehaha County record shows no vote cast. So there's a discrepancy in there, and then we have the absentee file in the middle where none of this matches. So there's a big problem in the absentee module in South Dakota. But I just wanted to read you a couple of things that directly relate to ES&S and the DS200 tabulators that you guys have. I've got articles all over the bench here that directly relate to ES&S, and it's been, within the last 10 years. And these were, through Obama elections, and it doesn't matter who the candidate was or who won the election. So in this article from 2011 from USA Today, Pamela Smith, the president of Verified Voting, said that the concerns that prompted so they had a 10-month EAC investigation into the DS200. So what is significant, she said, is the fact that the DS200 scanner is being used in conjunction with voter-marked paper ballots, which you have. Thus, election officials have a hard copy ballot showing the voter's original intent and therefore have the capability to do recounts and audits. Any jurisdiction using the DS200 or similar technology should be doing a robust post-election audit routinely after every election, Smith said. For the near term, the system should not be used in any jurisdiction that doesn't do a robust audit or an inexpensive hand recount. Even where non-discretionary mandatory recounts are done, when the margins are slim, like if the state had statutes, I'd want to be able to prove on those mandatory recounts because of the doubt that such a system can cast on the outcome. So it has to do with the system, it doesn't have anything to do with Trump, and this is long before Trump came into the picture. So I just want you to realize that that's not what this is about. There was multiple instances of machines overheating and having anywhere between 30 and 70% of the vote mistally. This article talks about the the Telit chips. So there's Chinese pieces in these machines that nobody knows how they're programmed because they come from China. One of those things is called a Telit cell phone chip. These, from this investigation, they were shown to be calling out to Taiwan and Nuremberg, Germany, and this has absolutely nothing to do with Mike Lindell either. The DS200 was.
So what's your suggestion, is to do paper counts? I can tell you're not happy with that machine. I mean,
Well,
you can read these 10 articles.
articles.
Right, I don't need to hit, I guess I'm.
You know what?
I just have one more
My
question.
phone came from China too, so happened my car,
And the reason
and
we
the
have,
appliances in my house.
that's where all the chips come from.
Okay, so I'm supposed to believe that there's something that is absolutely horrendously dishonest
I just have
about
one
the technology
more point,
represented?
Okay.
So, the ESNS made an admission that the company sent out 33,000 DS200 machines with modems in them to unsuspecting customers who ordered machines without modem capability, okay? So those are the cell phone chips. So 33,000 machines in the United States have cell phone chips where the people that purchase them think that they don't have cell phone chips. The only jurisdiction that has been identified by ESNS is the District of Columbia. And the rest of those customers have not been identified. So I just want to say, I don't know how we can be sure that the machines that you're using to tally the votes that you ordered without a cell phone chip, how you can be certain that they don't have a cell phone chip. The Telit chip, the 4G wire, and it calls out to a cell phone tower. You don't need to have the blue cord, tied into the computer for it to be connected to the internet. You don't even need to have Wi-Fi. They're built in with a cell phone chip that talks, and that's where the fraud can come in, which is why this article is saying, and this whole entire, 40-page document off of the EAC website as to post-election audits and why you should have them. And South Dakota is one of 4 states in the country that doesn't have post-election audits. There's no way you can verify that your ballots, hand-marked ballots, verify the machine count if you don't hand count them.
Okay, well, let's wrap up. I suggested this to Doug, that, we just roll the dice to choose one of our 5 precincts. We hand count that precinct, and for the verification of the voter, we've done something more than just say, we assumed everything was okay. I do trust that the election is right in South Dakota, but maybe we set a precedent or in county, I'm sorry. But maybe we set precedents for moving forward that people will say we demand a little bit more election security. So I'm going to make a motion that we, by roll of the dice on live Facebook and Doug's YouTube channel, that we would choose one of our precincts and hand count that precinct and compare it to the vote tally of the machine just for verification.
What would that constitute for a number of ballots to count typically?
Well, if you can compare this year
history.
so far to 2020, we're probably seeing 10% of what we saw at this time from them. And so I'm gonna estimate probably, because of the way the districts are set up, they're pretty even. Probably around 200 ballots.
I'm gonna say a couple hundred. How much extra time is that gonna take here to record?
Well, my job would be to watch the people that are counting, so it really depends on how efficient the counters are. I've never experienced one myself, so I'm Jim, how long does it take?
Would we be talking more than a couple hours total?
Well, our ballot has 6 or 7 different questions, so I'm guessing you would do all of, well, not questions, but selections to be made, you would go through them all. One of them has more than 2.
Oh, and by the way, I did talk to Elton about this the other day on Doug's recommendation. And this is South Dakota law that Elton got back to me with, 12-17B-3, which Elton believes, I believe, I would assume you believe, that gives us the authority to
black and white,
to double check. So we are within our rights to, it's not necessarily an audit of the vote, but an audit of the machines to make certain for our Hand County voters that we know their vote is right and secure.
And it would be an expression, with no question, of our doubt in the integrity of all of the people who have agreed to serve on those boards, those election boards, all these years, and who hopefully will serve on those boards this year. It's an attack on the integrity of our canvassing board. It's an attack on the integrity of the people we have hired to run our auditor's office. And for those reasons, I think it shouldn't deserve a second, if that was a motion, Jim.
It was a motion, I believe. It was a motion, right?
Yes, I have made a motion. And to reply to that, Jim, I don't think we're attacking Doug in any way. Doug is on board with double checking. I don't think we're attacking our election workers. I don't think we're attacking our election workers because we're questioning the machine. I trust all of our election workers. They have nothing to do with what that machine spits out for a tally.
Do we have any reason to believe that the machines that are serving us in Han County and have for some time are anything less than accurate in the results?
No.
Do we have any evidence? Is there any prima facie case you can make? Any evidence you can present to us that would indicate a need to do this?
No.
Okay,
No.
I rest my case.
But do we do anything more? Do we do anything more than sign that piece of paper to certify Han County's results? We're trusting the machines exclusively. Electronics worldwide are getting hacked all the time. And I think there's risk.
How long have we had the voting machines that we currently have?
We got them just before 2020.
So we've had them for one election.
If,
So this isn't a machine.
primary general.
That we haven't had for.
To reply again,
Jan, somebody in China wants to make sure Luke doesn't get reelected. You understand that, don't
I'm just, you said the machines that we have used for years, we believe in. I
Well,
asked
I-
you how long we've had these machines,
you? Before that, we had another generation of machines.
different machines.
another question, Jim. If we are certain that our election is accurate, what is the harm in verifying? What is the harm in verifying?
Because you're kicking everybody in the teeth.
I'll call for one more second. Is there a second for the motion? I personally don't know. I can hear some of the testimony here. I don't know that I feel like know enough about it, honestly, but.
Did you read any of the articles that we sent, or videos that we sent?
Yeah, I can read all sorts of videos. I mean, I can find videos of stuff all over. I guess I don't know, like,
I mean, they shut down, after shut down the pipeline on the coast.
oh, people, I'm well aware of malware and all those things. I mean, obviously, we just talked about it, but,
Everything's been hacked.
right, So-
The food processing plants have been hacked and
Right.
shut down for weeks. I mean,
Right,
to think that a basic, like a voting machine can't be hacked, I don't know why that would be the only machine you can't hack.
right. Yeah, I'm not saying it. There's some possibilities, but.
And I don't even want to say hacking is an issue. I mean, it could be. But that pen, because voters sometimes bring in pens that aren't supposed to be used and the ink will spread and sometimes get on the glass to where it creates issues and sometimes misfeeds. And so the diligent team will have to go there and clean the glass, but we don't know what happens. What's amazing is that we create these standards, like even at the gas pump, they have to test to make sure that that pump actually gives out a gallon. We even test weights and measures throughout the entire food industry. And with something so important with the elections, to build confidence in the machines, to make sure that the machines that you have are actually being properly cleaned, being properly maintained, and even properly programmed. Because I programmed the order of some of these ballots, I've made mistakes. And it happens. And so the only way to find out what you don't know is to have a second look at it. And I can, with another person, one race, we can do 1,800 ballots in 1 to 2 hours. And that's your entire jurisdiction.
Right.
The issue with the pen that you just mentioned.
Well, so I'm not hearing a second.
Can I
At this point?
say something as a citizen?
You can, and just, let's finish this. If there's not a second, we'll just leave this for a lack of a second, the motion. At this point.
What I was gonna say before you finish, as a citizen of Union County, I would want to know that my commissioners are doing everything they can do within their scope to make sure that my vote counts. Knowing that the commissioners said, okay, we're gonna double check this machine, we're gonna hand count one precinct and make sure the machine runs. I would wanna move to Union County, because I know you are fighting for the citizens of Union
I don't see anybody from Han County here demanding this, other than our one commissioner.
That's up to your people.
So apparently it isn't an issue here, other than you guys are making it one.
You obviously don't get out and about, Jim.
Well, why don't we hear anything? I don't hear anything. I get out and about plenty, by the way.
I've talked to a lot of people that are questioning our elections and the integrity thereof. But anyway, gentlemen.
Okay.
Gentlemen, thank you for your consideration of my motion.
Anything else about election, stuff you need to hash out, Doug?
No, but I do have a need for an executive session.
Okay.
Related to medical claims.
Okay.
If you don't mind, if we take 5 minutes.
Sure.
Before the exec.
Well, if you make your motion to.
Well, I don't know that we have any other business
Reset.
beside that, do we?
No.
Okay.
Do we have to do anything coming out of executive session?
Pardon me?
Will we have to do anything? coming out of
Yes.
We may.
So we.
We shouldn't
We don't want to
adjourn the commission.
I would
Just reset this 5 minutes.
And then I can shut off the recording.
Okay.
You're gonna go right into exec.
Excuse me?
You're gonna go right into exec.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's no other regular business that will come out of there with.
Tell me the results.
So all you said.
Well, right, just said, should Doug will get a hold of Jan.